Made me think of fucking Dark Souls 2, the one like samurai guy who fight Sir Alon, and how fucking he does a stab attack, and if any part of it hits you, then you're just instantly teleported to the end of the blade and impaled, which means and the hitbox is really fucking big.
Yep.
So you can be like behind his shoulder, and if he hits you with the handle, you'll teleport like 4 or 5 feet onto the tip of it, and it looks so fucking bad.
Yep. Doesn't the what is the knight called? The Pursuer, I think. The flying, like one that floats around. You
Yeah,
fight him
the
a few
Pursuer
times.
has similar things.
Yeah. He has a stab.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Although there's definitely been some times where I'm like, the blade, like the attack comes down, I'm like 2 or 3 feet off to the left or right, and the game just looks at me and goes, "No, you got hit." Like, what the hell do
yes.
you mean I got hit?
Yes, Dark Souls 2.
It's pretty infrequent, but it is annoying when it happens.
Yeah.
And
Of
I'm
the
not
Souls
sure if
games,
it's
Dark Souls 2
because of
definitely had the
dodging.
least tight hitboxes,
Yeah.
which is unfortunate, but
Yeah. I liked Dark Souls 2 for what I played of it anyway.
it was fun.
Even though its freaking DLC area was what was the boss called at the end? The furnace or whatever? God,
the blue.
Oh, are you talking
versions
about the
that-
fucking Fume Knight?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Fume Knight. That was a nightmare.
Fuck. The Fume Knight is such a fucked fight, because just through no fault of your own, you can make that fight infinitely harder.
How do you make it infinitely harder?
So if you go through and you explore the entire place before fighting the boss, or getting to the boss, right?
Yeah.
Then you will get all of the things that you stab into the statues. And the last one there's only one that you can't get before fighting the boss. However, you can get to all of the things except for 4 of them before you get to the boss. And
so the more of those you collect,
one,
the harder he is, or
no. So this is the only problem if you go through and you destroy all of the statues before you get to him that you find, and you find all of them before him, because near him there are 4 statues that give him healing. But if you've spent all of the ones up to this point, there will be a statue that will heal him through the fight, and you cannot destroy him until you have beat him, or destroy the statue until you have beat him in the fight. Which is
I feel like I did destroy statues near him when I was having my very, very long amount of attempts to freaking get him to die. Like, I switched almost my entire build to try and fight him because the build I was using it was not going to do anything for me. It was like, yeah, I'm a knight. And then the guy goes, yeah, that's fun. I'm still gonna freaking kill you in 2 strikes, so it doesn't matter. So I just removed all of my armor because it didn't matter. I was gonna die in 2 hits anyway, so I think I went down to like a very light armor. Because it didn't matter how much armor I had. I was going to die in freaking 2 or 3 hits anyway, so I learned how to dodge.
Great shield build. That was hell.
I can imagine.
It's not as bad as Great Shields in Dark Souls 3, though. Shields are not great in 3.
Yeah. It's a lot faster in 3 in comparison to 1 and 2.
Because 3 came off of the back of Bloodborne, and Bloodborne was very, very well received. Dark Souls 2, it started out fairly well received, and then,
people looked at it for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and then then people started playing it and actually comparing some of the shit and seeing how the game evolved, and went, yo, this shit's bad.
Yeah. Started fighting. What was her name? The Butterfly or something?
I think it was Mistress Butterfly?
Yeah.
Lady Butterfly?
I made it through her first phase after I finally got like her timing down and whatnot. That was actually fun, like learning, because the game immediately upon starting the fight was like, hey, by the way, you can dodge, right? I was like, yeah, I've been using the dodge heavily. What do you mean? And then I started to like fight her using the methods I had been using against pretty much all the other bosses, which is very heavily like parrying and whatnot. Game was no, don't do that. Just dodge. She'll leave herself open. I was like, oh, okay. So I made it through her, and then I think I fought her once to the second phase, and then a second time, but then I ran into the snapdragons, basically, so. Or snap seeds. So I didn't want to keep fighting until I could get more of those.
What game is this?
The
Akira
Sekiro.
shows that twice.
Yeah. She was a fun fight, though, to learn. I was a little bit confused as to why the mini boss out the front door had 2 health bars and she only had 1. Figured that out pretty quick, though. It's because she has more than 1 phase. She starts summoning little annoying bastards.
Oh, sorry, okay.
It is enjoyable, though. Steadily improving. Everyone here and ready to go? All right. That's the.
What?
I'm always ready, Mitchell.
Sorry, my brain shut off for a second there.
That's all right.
Yep. And Lumpy. Did we already lose Lumpy? Or does he just not realize he's muted?
The side effects!
Those side effects killed him.
No!
Shame.
Huh?
I heard someone saying side effects, and I inferenced that I was being talked about. Oh,
Not the people yelling lumpy.
Yeah, no, not that at all.
how did I not hear that?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good fucking question. We'd love to know.
So, are you all
I
ready?
think I need a new name, one that I actually hear.
I mean, we could just start calling you Jacob, yeah.
I don't like the way that sounds. That doesn't have a good ring to it.
I'm just gonna call you Seng.
Nah, it makes me sound Asian. That's pretty cringe.
Hey, Seng.
Ah, Mr. House. I like that one.
No, that makes him sound like too powerful.
I'm okay with that.
Dr. House. That's actually a thing. Hold on.
Yeah,
Exactly.
this is a big long show about that.
Tiny house. Tiny. So how you guys doing?
Not too bad.
Living.
I know that Theo was rooting for my demise in the workplace. That was not lost on me. He was rooting for my demise in real life.
What? Oh, in your workplace?
Yeah.
I thought you
I
said
said,
workplace for a second. I was very confused.
yeah, you asked how my performance evaluation went, and I said it went well, and you were like, dang. It's kind of fucked up, man.
It's a competitive environment. Can't blame me.
Are you planning on starting to compete in said environment, Theo?
So it would seem.
I'm taking the job. I know
There's a lot of
It's a
human
highly
interaction.
coveted position.
Yep. Go from
Um,
moving boxes to moving children.
but so, question. I'm just double checking. What level are we?
You should be level 6, I believe.
This is
Alright.
correct.
That's what I thought. I couldn't remember if it
Yeah,
was.
have you not leveled up yet or what?
No, I'm level 6.
Did you roll
Well,
health or just take
You've
default?
been
What?
marked as level 6. You do still need to roll your hit points or choose the default.
Well, we know.
And
I'm
of course, add any additional abilities, feats, or whatever. I believe it is just a ability score roll. this
Oh,
time.
the 1d10. Damn, even rolling the 1d10 slash, it knows what to do.
Yeah,
it just
apparently
knew.
it's smart enough.
It's so smart. But it gave him a 4 for a typo. Damn.
As long as the dice don't frickin' do what it was doing to Theo for last Saturday, I believe. Where it determined that Theo was going to lose the battle, no matter what.
Will you hit them? No.
That's a Payton's bipolar health rolls for level 6, by the way. Guve, 10. Clara, 1. It's just
Nope.
wee bit
I'm
brutal.
nothing if not emotionally unstable.
Only one character can have good health at a time. That's all. The dice know, even between the different tabletops. They're just like, hey,
Imagine implying that any of my characters can have anything nice. Fucking bold.
So what I heard happened at the end of last session was that we all got knocked out by it.
Mhm.
Payton rolled a 20 on his death save, woke up,
Yeah.
it was gone,
Mhm.
and was able to medicine kit us to stableness.
Pretty
That'll-
much.
Is that where you ended?
I think Halvan talked to you guys a little bit, and Cook got grabbed, but that was basically where we stopped.
Yeah, that's true. We're like, hey, Cook's dead, right? And we looked over and he was gone. He's like, what?
Huh?
And then fucking I motherfucker was just like, I'll see you guys later.
Yep.
Cook's dead, right? Look over, he's gone. Shrug. Probably.
Taking this corpse and getting out of here. It's mine.
I mean, we don't know it's a corpse. That wasn't confirmed.
Yeah. Schrodinger's cook. You don't know whether or not it was dead or not.
Food has been
What?
prepared and yet not prepared until you eat it.
Don't think that's exactly how food works, but sure.
It's like steak tartare.
Steak tartare is still spiced though.
Yeah, but do you need a cook to do that?
I mean, it'd probably be helpful.
No, but if you've spiced it, that's been prepared.
I don't know, man. I've never had it. Raw meat freaks me out.
Mm-hmm.
It can't be anything worse than I'm doing to my body already. I'll try it.
Could be.
As long as it's not rare chicken, which is
If
not.
you don't need your chicken medium rare, what do you do? Fuck.
I knew someone that believed that.
What the fuck?
I did not ever freaking allow them to cook chicken ever again for me without heavily checking to make sure they weren't trying to flip and poison me.
Yeah,
This was
actually,
a health professional, by the way.
no.
No,
I
it was.
refuse to believe that.
Oh,
I like my
God.
chicken medium rare.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys ever
I
had
don't know
chicken?
what that means.
For chicken, that means undercooked.
Yes.
So you
Yeah,
know
what's
how-
medium rare?
Like the frequency that you encounter something?
Yo, have you ever had a steak before, bro?
Probably not.
Really? Damn.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
You're missing out. Steak's good.
It's all right. I'm not much of a red meat guy though, so I'm probably not the best source.
Mm. Yeah, I like it now and then. Well, let's have you guys do the character stuff.
Fuck, I
Yeah.
forgot about that.
I had one
Nope.
this week.
I did not forget it, and had to have Lumpy remind me. That's happened a few times.
Juve has developed a hatred for eyes. This is in no way based upon recent events.
No way at all.
Wearing glasses is seen as aiding the enemy.
This is correct. So if the eyes are the windows into the soul, how big does that guy's soul gotta be? Like, what the fuck?
It's pretty big.
After recent events, Oyeko feels slightly vindicated in terms of her feelings towards magic.
Johnny's sense of taste, like physically, it's very weak.
All right.
Theo.
I was gonna ask if Theo wanted to do a different one, but no, I guess we'll keep that. So, yep. Now that we have that underway, we'll pick up a day or so after that. So you guys will have at this point rested or not rested.
Just note that was not actually meant to be my actual one. That was a joke one. It's just Gouvet does not like gambling. Sees it as a waste of time. And the money.
Mm-hmm. There we go. So, Wosen is dead, obviously. If you guys remember from last week, and for Lumpy's benefit, Wosen kind of got his face torn off and his hands reduced to bony claws. He's dead.
Yeah, I'll go find somewhere nice to bury him.
Yeah.
Can we loot him?
We're not looting him. I'm gonna fucking bury him. Jesus
if you really
Christ.
want to, but he doesn't really have much to loot.
Leave the corpse alone.
Johnny wouldn't do that. He's a hero.
Halvan at least is awake. His snake seems to have been vanished or killed, but it's not there anymore anyway. However, in the day, his magic has not returned. So, not good. So, you guys would have had a chance to rest, go to a tavern and wash your sorrows away or whatnot, whatever you feel like doing for the day.
By rest, you mean long rest?
But
Yes, you guys will have had a long rest at this point.
Puggers.
Has anyone seen the anime Bakano?
I've seen some of it.
Man, I highly recommend.
That's what I hear. And yep, Heaven does request you guys to return, but he's kind of giving you guys at least the day to kind of rest and recuperate. But if you need more time, he kind of understands.
That's where I leave and never come back. Fuck this party. Fuck this shit.
Walk out and you're just like, nah, I'm good. I'm done with that.
He's like, yeah, all right, guys, make sure to be back here in like a day or so. I go, yep. I just never come back.
All right, it's time to go back home again.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, what is the plan?
Time to go gamble.
I mean, I'd definitely spend the day sort of unrattling my senses.
Oh, Yakko would be raring to go.
Yeah, I can unrattle my senses on the road. Let's fucking go.
All right. So, yep.
I'm gonna take a day to relax. Fuck you guys. Fuck this.
Yeah. So a day later, you guys reconvene. Now, at least somewhat unrattled from your experiences fighting whatever that thing was, and return back to Halvan, who takes you guys in one of his the smaller rooms in his home rather than the grove. Either unwilling to head back to the scene of his defeat, or maybe the room is just damaged in some way. So, as you all come in, offers you drinks, etc. The nice host things. And then asks you guys about what you saw in the fight. He didn't exactly have a chance to talk to you much after it.
That's a lot of area attacks.
I saw a lot of teleporting, blinking. He was just moving so fast I couldn't even register it.
Move faster than I could pull the trigger. And that's pretty difficult because I pull that trigger fast.
I
You
would
sure
lean
do.
towards teleportation of some kind. It also said some strange things when people tried to cast spells.
I couldn't understand a word of it.
Wasn't speaking in common?
Yeah. It also kind of spoke to you as well, so you could understand it even if you couldn't.
Oh.
It's kind of hard to ignore something directly speaking into your head.
I thought it spoke in squiggly lines.
Oh. Quickly lines of common.
Oh, it can be squiggly.
Yeah, we were. It didn't seem too injured by my attacks, but I hit it a lot and it seemed to piss it off. Go me.
You did great. I assume.
Yep.
I mean, I was only out for a few seconds, and towards the end of the fight, and when I got up, everyone was unconscious, and it was nowhere to be seen. So, shrug.
He listens quietly as you guys kind of tell him what you noticed. Sits back as you seem to come to a close. I'm not sure exactly what that creature was. I have seen a great many things over the course of my lifetime. However, I think it is very clear that it should be found and killed. As for what purpose it's to cook, I am unsure. It at least leads me to consider the fact that perhaps he does play a great role in all this. And that he is indeed the person referenced in the vision that Wosen saw.
That thing pointed at him. Right?
Perhaps.
I'm not crazy. At the end of the last session, there was that thing that made an arrow to him before he got grabbed, right? The orb.
Yeah. The thing that you guys at least have been told is called a tuner.
Yeah,
How
we did get that
exactly works
fucking tuner
and-
back, huh?
Yeah. And it is actually sitting in the room near Halvan. He's kind of just he's set it aside on kind of one of the nearby tables, and you all can see that it has a series of claw marks like across its center. Even one of the kind of more eye-like aperture have kind of bent in such a way as to not be like just kind of barely hanging on. So, I am aware that I did ask you for one last favor, but as it currently stands, you're the only ones to have fought that thing, and well, you apparently did something right, as you're still awake and alive. So, do you mind if I ask you for another service?
I mean, I was gonna just go after it regardless.
Johnny Vanguard won't look away while the world's in danger. I will save it.
I suppose that's something then. He does kind of lean back, wincing as he does so, and drag out a sack of clinking coins and set it down on the table in front of you guys. The payment for acquiring Cook and bringing him back. However, I see two possibilities for continuing forward. Though they are only the possibilities I considered. There are almost certainly others. The first is to track this thing down magically somehow. And, well, I don't know of anything in this particular country, and I very, very dislike those of the Sanguine Elves. They are quite proficient at magical research and anything to do with it. They might be a good source to try and craft some form of magical tracking for it, and perhaps something that can affect it more strongly.
Well, one thing I'll say is that if my magic faced some sort of resistance if I was trying to use it, I may find it a stain as we try to track this thing.
That is why I suggest going to those slavers, as they were.
Yes, I will say the Sanguine Elves suck dick.
I don't like it, but they are good at their jobs. The other is to just track it the old-fashioned way, if you have the skill. It did leave tracks, so it is not a spirit of some sort. It should be possible to track it down physically, as long as it left a path. He just kind of looks at you in particular, Gouvet. I assume someone should have the skill required.
Yeah. However, some counter arguments. As it stands, I don't think we are particularly strong enough to win a fight. I think we will all get our asses collectively handed to us, and possibly this time not survive. And B, if that thing is continually moving at its current speed, we'll never catch up.
Well, it has to stop sometime. It stopped here for at least a significant amount period for you to return. It seems to have some plans, so it must have somewhere it needs to stop and fulfill them.
Clearly was bringing Cook somewhere. Perhaps we could find that where.
Indeed. I leave the exact specifications to you all. I'm sure you have a good idea. I would do more than just finance your movement, but as it stands, my magic has not yet returned. So I'm at least in such a critical state as I am, not quite able to join in the fight yet.
You should take a long rest.
God, what the fuck are you talking about?
Perhaps that should assist in my recovery, but for now, I remain injured and broken.
Our weapons seem to have less effect against him, correct?
Hmm. Yep. The bullets didn't dig in quite as much as they should have, and blades seem to only dig in a lesser amount, turning a direct hit into a glancing blow and whatnot.
Would you... Who's proficient in making magical weaponry?
They are quite rare, but you can find them almost anywhere if you look hard enough, other than, of course, the Altus. If you're looking for anything that's cheap, I suppose, it would behoove you to look into the Sanguinell's settlements. Or settlements, I suppose. They are well known for making magic that can be sold. Of course, their means are not exactly moral. But that doesn't mean their blades and bows are any less magical than they otherwise would be.
I'm sure we'll discuss this among ourselves.
Of course. If that is your goal, then I will provide you with the funds to both research for the tracking spell or effect or artifact, as well as any magical components and other gear that you require. Is there anything else you require at this moment in time while I gather things for whichever journey you require funds for?
I'm fine.
Should be good.
As should we all.
He just kind of nods and waves a hand to dismiss you.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'll
Okay.
travel with all of you guys, but if we're going to the Sanguine Elves, I'm not going to be really interacting well with them. And I would die before buying a magic weapon from them.
I wholeheartedly agree. Their wares and practices are built on the back of enslaved Arathians. And more.
So we can see eye to eye on some things.
Well, as much as I do not like them, I'm not sure how far I can track this thing, so I think we're at least going to need help with that aspect.
Like I said, if that's where we're deciding to go, that I will go.
The bag of coins, by the way, that he handed you guys in general.
Based.
Yeah.
Not
It
a
has
coin.
20 platinum each for you guys.
Any platinum each.
20, you said?
Yep.
Not a coin of this will find itself in sanguine coffers. You understand?
Look at Gvey. I guess if we go to the Blood Elves, we're the ones funding this.
So it would seem.
I mean, he did say that he would help pay for something like the tracking spell and the weaponry. He just needs
Yeah.
to know if that's the plan or not.
Have you heard the
Uh,
Mummer's Tale, Ocean's 11? That Mummer's Tale.
I should have asked him if there were any tracks around here that I could check to take a guess at how difficult it would be to try and track it for a long distance.
I mean, do you want to take the time to look around?
Yeah.
Because if it left town, then it would have left tracks somewhere.
I'll take a bit to go do that.
Oh,
There
yes,
you
a
go.
help action. I was
Mitchell,
waiting for
refresh my
this.
memory. Is this town run right now the one where the frog's mother lives?
Yes.
Okay.
The frog
Johnny,
has been entirely silent. It is there, but it hasn't been speaking.
He's always silent unless I say shit to him, the asshole.
Well, I mean, even if you talk to him, he doesn't answer.
Johnny will
Well-
go with Geve and Mo to check the tracks.
Do
Because
you want to regroup here later in the day?
Thumbs up.
Okay.
works for me.
Don't get in any trouble.
No guarantees. Have something
Oh, but
ambitious.
when I do it, then I'm the one yelled at.
I am going to go, into the sewers with the intent to find the frog's mother.
All right. That takes less time than trying to search for tracks. So, I mean, we can start there unless you guys want to hear about the tracks first.
I can start there.
Yeah, let's start.
Go chronologically.
So, yep. You make your way down to the sewers in at least the same general area. It is a little harder now that your guide is not talking.
Mhm.
But you make it into the sewers in what you at least assume to be the same general area. Are you going to try and remember the path you took, or are you just going to wander around until you stumble into her?
I'll try to remember the path I took.
All right. It has been a while, but go ahead and roll a wisdom check and see if you can recall.
Just flat wisdom?
Yeah, your memory's pretty sharp. And you take a few wrong turns, but after about a half an hour of wandering, you eventually make it back to the same general location. Though this time there is no greeting from her.
Hello?
Nothing answers.
Frog, now would be a great time to start talking. What's going on here?
Very quietly, you hear just the single word, "Gone."
The frog came in the sewer, but that's okay. Gone as in she's not even in the town anymore? Just somewhere else entirely?
Mother's gone.
Like dead?
No, I don't think so. Afraid.
Afraid. Where did
The
she
eye. It looks too closely.
where did she go?
Somewhere else?
No, I gathered that. I guess I'll look around where I'm at, see if there's any sort of anything that was left behind at all.
All right. Now, looking around, it's not too hard to notice this place has been seemingly evacuated in its, after a fashion anyway, as these creatures don't carry the same sorts of possessions that mortals do. But you definitely see the corpses of other frogs kind of floating in the corners of the room. Just a few, but enough that it is at least somewhat concerning if they are all the sorts of creatures that your frog is.
This is horrific. I can understand why she left. Do you know where she might have gone? At all? Anything like just direction? I don't like giving straight answers.
I'm not old enough. I think she returned. Went home.
Oh. That's not good. There were the few things I really wanted to ask her.
Ask your elf. Light should tell her.
Can she bring me there as well? With the light?
Maybe.
I see. Thank you. That's very helpful. I'm glad you're with me still. And then sort of gesturing to the room. I'll do what I can to make sure this doesn't happen to you.
Yep. It seems... Well, I mean, it's a frog. It's very hard to tell emotions from it. Though you do get kind of a distinct... Like, kind of your emotions being pressed on of sadness and concern. Though the concern seems to be more towards you rather than towards the situation.
Hey, I'm not gonna be getting myself killed, alright?
Unsurprisingly, it's not assuaged.
But Oyeka will stay there for a while, just kinda sort of play her flute.
As for the group looking for tracks, it takes you guys about an hour or two, but eventually you are able to find some tracks that match the creature. It's mostly, you can tell, because they have this very strange pattern of, like, they move 1, 2, and then vanish for another, like, 60 feet or so, and then reappear.
That does not sound like it'll be easy to track over long distances.
Nope. It does
Given that-
sometimes have certain times where it has multiple steps in a row. A couple times, actually, as you guys kind of wander around near the kind of the line it's tracking away from. Because it seems to be just running in a straight line. It's not sticking to the road. It's not sticking to a, like, the forest paths. It's just bolt straight. And from at least a kind of peek at your map based on the way it's headed now, it seems like it's heading down towards the southwest. Closer to south, I guess, than west at this point.
Pull up a map. Can I remind myself where it is?
Which for you guys means where you are right now, if it continues heading in that straight line, towards Arathia.
Good.
Which ones are Arathia?
The Undead Kingdom. Well, partially Undead Kingdom.
Good things happen there.
See, how
Chill.
I mean,
How
it's
long do
well
I-
known as a kind of the more middling kingdom for most things. It's very unlikely to go to war, and they are, well, kind of harsh and rugged, fairly kind as a people.
It's like it's pretty agricultural, but most of the farm hands are dead.
They're actually undead.
Practical necromancy.
Alright. So the question I have is, how long do I think I could follow the tracks before it's gonna start getting to guesswork?
As long as the weather holds and you guys don't get like a snow, if it keeps in the same pattern and doesn't all of a sudden like shift, to a more usual walking pattern, you should be able to follow it for a long while. But that is, of course, assuming it doesn't rain or snow or do anything other than stay how it is, which is fairly unlikely.
If I say, can I take a guess at what the weather is going to be like in the coming week or so?
Coming week?
Coming
Few days.
few
I
days.
mean, it's been cold, but it has only been windy. It hasn't been snowing quite yet. And based on at least your experience and kind of the talking to other people, usually the old world doesn't get much snow until midway through the first month of winter, if not the second month entirely. It's usually just cold. And of course, the closer you get to Arathia, the less likely it's going to snow at all, as it usually is cloudy, but not very rainy or snowy. It has a season.
It's going in a straight line, though, right? We could just follow it.
That's assuming it stays in the straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is an assumption.
I will inform the people I'm with of this. As long as the weather holds, I can follow it for a while. But the second the weather shifts,
The weather shifts.
it starts raining as I say that. Oh, god damn it.
It's, at least in comparison to the last few days, pleasantly warm. It's at around like 50 or so degrees. Still chill, but not freezing anymore. Yep. A few clouds, but nothing that would suggest rain.
I guess go back to the predetermined meeting spot.
Yep. Guys, meet up. Are you sharing information or just standing there near each other?
Like, hey. Yeah. Standing there in dead fucking silence.
Still as stone.
Meet up successful.
Listen, I'm not gonna be still as stone. I've been in that situation once. I need to go back.
How was that? How'd it feel?
Wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, it's like sleep, but worse.
Like a dreamless sleep, and when you wake up, you feel even worse than when you wake up from a bad sleep.
Yep.
Everything hurt. So yeah, inform Ryoko of the fact that as long as the weather holds, I can actually track them for a good while. But that's only as long as the weather holds.
Well, then let's get going right away.
Alright. Guess inform Halvan, like, I guess we're tracking them on foot. Wish us luck.
We'll see how far that gets us.
Well, yeah, you say we're going to track it on foot, and he goes and says, "You don't have to."
Yeah.
Yep. He's willing to furnish you guys with horses and a cart if you really wish to have it. Though, of course, he doesn't immediately suggest it as an idea. Along with provisions and, if you need it, money for inns and the like along the way.
Well, this thing's not following like a road per se, so I don't know if a cart's the best idea. That might be more trouble than it's worth.
It's also slower.
Yeah.
That's why he's not immediately suggesting it.
And I've never ridden a horse.
Yeah, I'll take a horse.
How hard can it be?
They're feisty things at times.
I usually just walk, but like I'm sure I can figure it out.
So long as you don't strike into conflict, they should be fine steeds.
All right. You insist. 'Alright.
'Alright.
'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright. 'Alright
So he just kind of holds out a whistle to whoever basically grabs it.
It's not a horse at all.
This isn't a fucking horse. You lied to us.
Yako doesn't know if it's magical or not, so she's just gonna let somebody else grab that.
What do you think I am, a lifeguard?
No. It's a recall whistle.
And what is that?
I suppose none of you have ridden horses at all. If you are to sound that whistle, it won't make any sound you can hear, but the horses will. And they shall return if they run off.
Like a dog whistle?
Yeah, basically. Same basic concept anyway.
What if they come back with more horses?
Just ride a little too close to another encampment, all his horses come with you guys.
Whatever you
Where are
do,
you
don't
going?
blow that whistle in the middle of a town.
Sick way to like steal stuff from people.
The horse just walks over to you.
Yeah. And then he hands a
If you're
small
chasing,
bag of coins.
if you're chasing someone on horseback, you just blow the whistle. Their horse will turn around and come to you.
He explains it is minorly magical, but it is not like it's not like a summoning sculpture or something along those lines. The figurines.
Is it in Foundry as an item? I can like drag into my
No, it
inventory?
won't. I'll create it.
Well, then I'm not touching it.
All right, I'll fucking take it. Jesus Christ. Tools. New tool. Recall. Whistle.
I can just hand it to you, but that works
It creates a blue pillar
Yep.
that horses stand in for 6 seconds, and they get returned to their stable. where they can
Bad
take
joke. Fuck
steps.
off.
He also hands you guys a bag of coins so that you can buy the horses, and recommends, heavily so, that you go to a nearby stable that he knows the owner of.
Mm.
And so basically, they'll take the bag, no questions asked, and give you guys good horses without trying to cheat you or anything.
All right. Little does Hala know, we'll try and cheat them.
Take out the coins out and then give them the bag. How long gave this bag to us for horses?
How long gave us the bag? You said you'd give us 3 elephants.
So he tells you the guy's name is Lark Hoggard.
Lord Hoggard.
Like that. Stable has a name. He doesn't recall it at the moment, but he remembers the owner. One of
But
his many
girlfriend?
friends, you'd assume.
let's go find Lark Hoggard.
Yup.
He points you generally in the right direction, that it's one of the buildings at the edge of town. However, he doesn't remember exactly where it is. So, but asking, where is a stable at the edge of town, you guys do eventually find the place. Which has the nice, friggin' heck, the nice alliterative name of Swift Stables.
Hmm.
I hope the horses are swift and not just the stable.
Oh, only the building.
Fastest
The
stable
horses
in the
actually
West.
can't get back to it.
That's why they
The
need
horses
to
are actually all
they
fucking
teleport
lame.
back.
They can't catch it.
So, yep. It's set up so that they have the actual stable building and then kind of a smaller sub building that seems to be where you actually go to talk with the owner and buy horses and whatnot.
Go to sub building.
Inside, you see a pair of figures. One that's, well, pretty obviously the merchant, and the other is currently haggling him over. Apparently, a pair of donkeys is probably what it sounds like. Lark is, well, like Halvan, fairly old. He's human. Graying, well, graying is what is left of his hair, though most of it's gone. Though clothing is fairly common, just tunic and trousers. Kind of a brownish green for both, more brown on the pants. And they are arguing very heavily in Halfling, from the sounds of it. So, neither of the men are halflings, so it's kind of weird. The other person seems to be another human, though fairly short. Mark is about just a hair under 6, and this man is definitely well below that. He has to kind of half climb up onto the counter to shout back at Lark about the current pricing. But after they discussed it for, well, they look like they're going to continue, but Lark notices you guys and then kind of moves the conversation along to a speedy endpoint. Coin exchanges hands. He hands him a set of reins, and then the man walks back out past you guys. Ah, welcome, friends. What do you need for my stables today?
Halvan sent us to get some horses, and I will put the bag of money on the counter.
Halvan, eh?
I
So
hate
are
Halvan, you son of a
the
bitch.
new group that he's mentoring or some such? Or are you just part of another one of his little escapades?
New group? You do this often?
Well, he likes to take on younglings and show them the ropes. Well, mostly younglings.
I would call this one of his escapades.
Fair enough. I don't really care as long as he keeps paying. So, what exactly is it that you need from me today? Horses?
Yeah, just the horses.
As
Looking
well as,
for a long trip or a fast trip? Or a little bit in between?
I imagine this isn't going to be particularly fast, but speed would be appreciated.
Yeah, because we are sort of on the clock against the weather.
Yes, we're always on the clock.
No, but like against the weather, right?
That's why I
Yes.
poop on company time.
Well, I can easily get you 4 horses, or ponies, or whatever else you need.
Look at our half-sized member. Maybe 3 horses. Pony.
He steps around the counter, just kind of grabbing the bag and sticking it in one of his pockets, and walks past you towards the door.
Follow.
Yup.
Walks around, goes into the stables, and starts to mutter to himself as he's just kind of looking around at the different animals inside. They seem to be mostly horses. There's about 20 animals in all, and about 14 of them are horses. You see the shorter man who was in here walking out with a pair of donkeys led by the reins. They throw a quick comment back and forth at each other, and then he just kind of leaves with his pair. The last 4 animals seem to be a donkey plus a trio of mules, all of which seem to be very old. And while some of the horses are definitely graying, most of them seem to be at least young and vibrant enough to carry you the way.
It's good.
Along with, of course, a couple ponies, if I just mix them in with the horses. So he spends some time kind of looking around, looking at the different horses, seemingly gauging based on. Well, do you guys tell him where you need to go, or are you just kind of letting him do his work?
Yeah, I'd fill in on some details of the fact that we're trying to get down to Arathia, and we're trying to do it fairly quickly because we have to do it before the weather breaks.
Speed and bravery you'll need from that, then. And over the course of about 2 or 3 minutes, he picks out a trio of horses and a pony. He points at the 3 horses, kind of left to right. That one, she's Rage. That one's Falcor. And the one with the black mark on his forehead is Starman. And of course, the pony is Tater.
Do you say the last one's name is Starman?
Yeah.
Dibs on Starman.
It's a white horse with a black, kind of vaguely star-shaped mark on its forehead.
It's just too fucking good.
Yeah.
You said one was called, what was it, Falcor?
Mm-hmm.
I'll take Falcor.
Rage, Starman, and Falcor.
Yep. I like how you guys are like, Rage, that's a good horse name. Here you go. Johnny, you'll be fine.
No, he's done with animal.
I've never ridden a horse before.
It's
Oh, wait,
called
wait, Johnny's never ridden a horse before?
correct.
Oh, I'll take Rage then, because I assume they're temperamental.
Ah,
And I have.
it's named Age. It's probably very tame.
No, it's named Rage, Johnny.
Rage?
Yeah. The pony
Yeah.
and the 2 horses, Falcor and Starman, they're fairly kind, at least as far as horses go. They cast wary glances at you, but you're new. It's not that surprising. And once they're kind of fitted with the reins and saddles, they just kind of do their thing. Just walk over to you and basically let their reins be grabbed. Rage, on the other hand, he has to go through a whole different ritual to get it out of its... Not holding. What is it called? I'm trying to remember. For a stable... Not a paddock. Cell was the word that I was thinking of, and I know it's wrong. I don't remember. Basically, it's cell. As it does actually have reinforcing around part of
Stall.
the
Or a
bottom.
box.
Yeah, stall. That's probably. That makes more sense for this. So yeah, he goes through an entire ritual. There doesn't seem to be anything magical about it. Just kind of a almost wolf-like duel of wills against the horse to get it fitted. But eventually, Rage is also fitted and brought out. He does hold on to that one and kind of wait for the other 3 horses to be claimed before he hands the reins over to you carefully.
I'll take the Rage reins. I feel like there's going to be an issue.
Yep.
Let's not have Johnny get thrown from a horse and break his fucking back in the first day of this adventure.
Yep. Falcor has kind of a gray and white mottled coat. Rage is just completely black.
Listen, Oyeko.
You could swear his eyes were red, though he promises they're not. It's just the light. What light that is, you don't know.
It's just the light. It's dark in here. Uh-huh. Yeah?
Yep. Yeah. He looks at you carefully and does not seem to be very happy, but he doesn't like run off or anything. He does seem to be a lot more intelligent than you'd figure horses generally have, but they're sometimes horses are very, very intelligent as animals go.
I will attempt to primeval spirit it to see if I am able to kind of communicate with it, like most animals.
Yeah, you seem to be able to
Alright.
receive a connection. You feel there's something kind of it's hiding from you, but it definitely seems very angry. But apparently it's happy enough at the moment to allow you to ride.
And I'm just gonna give it the very simple, don't fuck with me and I won't fuck with you. Just fucking
Mhm.
let it lie.
You get a sense that it doesn't mind that current state of affairs. As long as you don't pull it around too much, you figure it's probably going to be fine. So,
If you're
You
gonna
guys get
fuck with
horses.
anyone, fuck with the fucking dumb looking one.
It looks at Mo.
No, the big one.
no, it seems to be mostly ignoring Mo.
Too small to care.
I mean, Mo is dog-like, and so at least Tater is a little bit skittish around you, at least at first.
It's alright, Tater, your brethren last long.
And Tater is just kind of a, like, potato brown. And only potato brown. It
Tater.
doesn't really have anything else. Yeah. Well, do you need anything else from me, or the horse is alright?
He did like throw saddles and bits and bridles and all that.
Yeah, he threw that in without even asking. That was thrown in
Alright.
automatically. Basically.
Yep, I'm good then.
Yeah, I think that's it.
All right. Well, bring them on back when you're done with them. Well, I suppose if you lose them, they'll come back eventually.
Alright then.
So,
I'm gonna get on those tracks.
Yep, it's easy enough to re-find it. And you guys start on the path towards Arathia. You guys are able to make some time, but seeing as you have spent about the first half of the day dealing with searching for the tracks originally, talking with the spirits, and of course talking to Halvan and Lark, you did have to spend some time just getting set up. But you're able to make good progress. The horses don't seem to care much about not being on a road. Riding through the trees fairly easily. I mean, Tater is not really tall enough for the most part to reach most of the branches to like have you run into them. Rage looks certainly like it's going to, but apparently it is playing nice for now. Falcor and Starman, on the other hand, are... Well, Falcor doesn't seem to care much, so if it just kind of walks past a too short branch for you, it just kind of keeps going. So you're having to move a couple of times to shift the horse out of the way so that you don't accidentally get freaking knocked off by a branch or duck underneath it. And Starman has a bad habit, apparently, of stopping at every little piece of foliage that it can get its maw on to nibble before it keeps moving.
I was really expecting it to be the thing where horses just get scared of random shit. I was about to say, do you give us fucking brave horses?
Yeah. No, these ones seem to be not easily spooked. Well, with
Yeah, with
Tater
fires
being the
and breathing.
exception, but yeah. Rage,
Finding
Falcor, and
breakthroughs
Starman
pretty
don't
difficult.
seem to be freaking scared of anything. At least anything obvious. You guys get a few times where you get a little too close to a fox or other kind of animal that scares off horses. I actually don't know exactly off the top of my head.
A lot of things scare
But-
horses.
Foxes really scare horses.
I worked
Horses are
at,
kind of too big to really need to worry about them.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised. Horses are very skittish. I worked at a summer camp
Mhm.
that had like horse riding as one of the things. Man, like
Yep.
anything unexpected freaked him out. Like umbrellas. If you opened an umbrella near a horse, it's like, what the fuck is that? Get it away from me. And they'd like start going bug-eyed and panting heavily. It's like, everyone back up. The horse saw an umbrella.
But at least the horses seem to be fine. They aren't seemingly afraid of anything.
That'll change.
The pony, on the other hand, is not quite so brave. With a little bit of backtracking to recollect Mo once in a while as it kind of gets spooked and runs off a little bit, or just sounding the whistle, it returns.
As a dog person, Mo is professional.
Professional pony ride.
Yeah.
Does Mo hear the whistle?
Like very, very faintly.
What was it? Ears that bleed every time the whistle's blown.
That's surprising.
you
that
guys
Mo's
know
able to hear
that-
something.
True.
That's because Mo's the only one who can hear it. The
Mo
whistle
should-
is kind of like, you guys know about that. There's apparently certain sound waves that, like, the
Yeah.
older you get, you can't hear them anymore.
Mhm.
Yep.
It's that sort of thing. Like, even though your ears are sharp, it's just you don't catch it. Mo catches it, but that's because Mo is not human or elven.
Well, there's a
Just work a little
biological
differently.
difference there.
Knife ear.
This is true.
Thank
Cool.
God.
You're instead of spade ear.
So,
I get it. Spade.
Yes, thank you.
you guys travel for the rest of the day and pause for the night. Crossing a few smaller roads, but not able to really stay on one for more than a short time. Just kind of tracking through the woods. But night eventually falls.
It starts snowing.
While we're setting up camp, by the way, I will pull Guve aside.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been seeing those lights nightly?
Well, last time I saw them was when I wandered out of camp when we were going to acquire the tuner. So once every few nights, usually. There's a big gap when we were in the ocean where I only saw them once, but I also didn't really go then because middle of the ocean in a storm. I like breathing.
The next time you see one, can you wake me up and bring me?
Give me a bit to think about it. I'll wake you up. As for bringing you, I'm not sure yet.
Please?
I need a bit to think about that.
I have a lot of questions.
I'm not a secret. They don't seem the question answering type. I have not gotten a single word out of them.
I'm good at getting words out of things that don't talk much.
Narrow my eyes at that one.
That is a threat.
I'll sort of just gesture to the frog. So,
Oh, the frog, help!
in that
It just kind of sits there.
It's still on the rack. Got to take it off.
In the town.
I went to visit. Remember that demon where I got the frog?
I don't think we ever met the demon, did we? We more or less just went down there, and then found them wandering around.
Yeah.
It was
I
more of
remember
an
the
Oyeko says,
events.
I saw a demon, and we said, we'll take your word for it. Like, we went looking, didn't find it, and we're like, well, you think so. So
It wasn't entirely that. I believe something tried to like make me get lost down there, but I was just like, yeah, fuck off. Because I think there was some weird spatial distortion that was attempting to happen. But Ranger.
Something tried to mess with your sense of direction, but you were able to resist it.
I went to talk to it, and it was gone, and there were a lot of dead frogs where it was.
Right that.
I had questions.
That sounds
for her.
bad.
There are things I wanted to ask. And then my frog mentioned that I should ask you, because the lights can tell me. I know it's strange. Someone who hates magic and always says not to trust it is out here asking questions of demons, but strangely I trust them more than magic.
Yours are kind of like fundamentally intertwined, though, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are creatures of magic.
You're trusting personified magic over magic.
I know, it's not rational. But I don't know why, it feels more like they're not here trying to force me into making sacrifices. And also, if I remember correctly, the demons, they don't like make sacrifices for magic, right? As far as I know.
No.
They have it inherently.
Yeah. As far as anyone knows, demons are just magic. They always can use it from birth to death. If they die from old age.
Have I heard anything about demons fleeing an area after something strong has showed up?
I mean, it's not terribly uncommon because of, like, demons very commonly take over areas like Dreamwoods. And, of course, when mortals show up, they tend to, try and force them off, and if they're unsuccessful, then they'll flee. But it depends entirely on the demon, for the most part. Because there are certain ones you know of that they will fight to their doom if you invade their area. But that's not all. They are very, very strange creatures. And that's not to say about the more usual quote-unquote demons. The fire and brimstone sort.
And
Those also exist.
Last time we more or less... Oh man, Drive's starting to fucking understand it. I went to fucking go over my... Yeah, you often open up this around this time. Making me nervous.
Christ, you're roboting.
What's happening?
Yeah.
Good. Hello.
Also, like speeding up and
There it
slowing
goes.
down.
Am I good now?
Yeah,
Seems like it.
Seems like it's great.
Last time we more or less confirmed that what I met was the Rusalka. At least the first time, right? Not the first time, the second time. The first time it was some weird light shit. No idea what it was.
Yeah.
Do I know how...
It's a creature of air.
Yeah. Do I know how receptive they are to visitors?
Seeing as you've never heard of anything like demons being doing these sorts of introductions, no, you have no freaking idea. This is kind of new territory for you.
Could I guess, based on how they're acting, how receptive they would be to visitors?
I mean, based on how they're acting, I mean, it's hard to tell. They seem to be glad you're there, but you have no idea if that's because you're following the light and it just so happens because you're there, yay, or if there's something special about you that they're like glad you show up.
All right.
It's just you don't have any way to really know because it's not something that it's really possible to know about.
Yeah. I'm not going to commit to anything yet, Oyako, but I will think about it.
All right. That's all I can ask, I guess.
Hmm.
Yep. You guys having watches for tonight?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think I'm third. Is that our usual
Yep.
rhythm?
I'm first.
Usually, yeah.
Secundo.
Yeko, Gube, and Johnny is the order.
Do you desire perception checks?
I do.
I have a level of exhaustion still, so
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I did get life exhaustion from that fight because I failed to save. But
you
I
got
also
one.
rested.
Would have
so
rested
That's fine.
at this point.
Yeah.
I had 2 levels of exhaustion because I had stayed up for multiple nights before that fight.
Mm-hmm.
I just remembered that and then realized that does not actually matter.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oyeko, you are very distracted. Why are you distracted for tonight?
Well, you know, all things considered, Oyeko did like that demon. It seemed nice enough to her.
Still got your ear hook. You want it as a memento?
And, seeing that is on her mind, along with the questions she wanted to ask.
Yep. Luckily for you, nothing disturbs your night, and your watch passes.
Owlbears jump me again.
Yep. No owlbears.
Might jump you, but they beat my ass. Mostly my fault.
You
But,
shot it.
yeah.
I still remember
Hence why I said
that.
it was my
You're
fault.
like, I provoke it. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
it's fine. Attack me. Sure. You want to be the one to be mauled first? I'm happy with that.
I pulled the girl rush B. Fuck.
So. Yep. Your watch passes uneventfully and rolls into Guve's. Are you going to sleep for tonight? Is Oyeko staying up
Yeah.
for tonight?
Yeah, Oyeko will sleep tonight.
Alright. So.
She knows she needs it.
Guve, your watch is mostly quiet. At around 3/4 of the way, like kind of getting very late. You do see a rather strange constellation kind of flash into the sky for a moment, or not a constellation, like a more of aurora type of thing, like a single kind of yeah.
Huh.
Which is not something you've ever seen before, but it only lasts a moment before it just kind of goes back to being the dark night sky.
Aura Borealis localized entirely within the camp.
Yep, only in the camp. That's all. Yeah. And it is simply the white moon of Balak tonight. The necromancy. So it's even more obvious because the colors there are no other colors. But other than that minor thing, there's a pretty quiet night. And then Johnny, once you wake him up anyway.
Yep. I don't wake him up, I just go to sleep.
Yeah.
Let me get a water.
Oh, by the way, you don't notice that. Just so you know.
Me?
No, Mo doesn't notice the colors. So, yep.
I'll paint Johnny.
You wake up Johnny.
You'll paint it the
about-
thing you didn't see.
Ah,
Yeah. About half an hour into your watch, you hear something in the woods nearby. Doesn't sound very quiet. It sounds like something or someone like smashing through the trees. Well, smashing. Stumbling through the trees, breaking branches, breaking sticks, etc. They're making a ton of noise. They're
I'm
not
sorry
quite.
this alert to me while I'm reading.
Yeah, you hear it.
who goes there?
The noise stops and then seemingly changes direction and starts heading towards your camp.
All right.
I'll
I
bring
lay the
my-
gun across my lap.
I'll bring the shield out, but not the sword yet.
All right. So, after about another minute or two, they come within the campfire light. And of course, a little beforehand, Guve, you spot it as it comes into dark vision range. It's an ogre that just kind of stumbles into the camp. And Johnny, you recognize this ogre. Food man! Yay!
Ah, Krogan.
That is not his name.
No. It's not even my nickname.
Eh.
It's Croaker. Remember?
Of course. I was, it's late. Anyway,
Actually, at this point, I think it's just very early.
how's it been, old friend?
Boring. I haven't found anyone who's willing to pay for my meals. And no giant eyeballs either. That was fun.
How was that?
I went and I waited and waited and waited and waited, and he just kind of continues saying waited for the next like solid minute, repeating it over and over and over and over again.
Yes, Croker, you waited. Please continue.
Eyeball came out. It was kind of mad, but I told it I knew where you guys were, and I looked all over the place, and now I've found you. He just kind of looks around, but I lost the eyeball.
That is a real shame. I say, rolling deception.
You don't hear or see anything along the lines of the beholder.
Well, I'll tell you what, my old friend Krogunk.
Croker.
I don't have a ton of food, or whatever. I don't have a ton of food on me now, but there's a fellow who's been hiring us. He's been paying for our meals. Maybe you talk to him. He might buy your meals as well.
What's his name?
Back in the town of Wincokes, it's a fella by the name of Halfo.
Halfo. He just kind of reaches back and scratches his head. and then kind of forms his hand into a finger, just kind of like a pointing finger, and just kind of taps something on his back. Do you know Halfo? And the now awakened creature on his back goes and just kind of sputters something. And in Goblin for the sake of Gouvet, but Johnny, you don't speak Goblin, no? You speak Orcish, yeah?
Yeah.
So you don't understand the spaz of anger that comes from the riding Goblin. You understand it perfectly fine, as it is a series of swears to the gods.
And I put away the book.
And the Goblin kind of reaches around and climbs more solidly onto Croaker's shoulder in Goblin. Why are you waking me up? It's nighttime. It's still nighttime. We're walking. Wait, why are we here? Croaker, why are we
It
in
sees the
camp?
murderous glares.
It does. It doesn't seem to be shaken by it, surprisingly.
Johnny really needs murder right now.
Gun and rap debating. Rap? Gun and lap debating whether or not to clap this motherfucker.
He just kind of looks around the camp and then points at you, Johnny. Are you food guy?
That's what Krungo here calls me.
Broker.
Whatever.
Croaker, we should leave these people. Why? Food guy's nice. So is lady with metal thing. Goblin just fixes you with a suspicious glare. Fine. I'm going back to sleep. He just kind of crawls back onto whatever his holding thing is on Croaker's back. And seemingly goes back to sleep.
Walker, how did you meet your friend?
Grilp is smart. He knows things. Make sure we get lots of food. Well, lots of food for Grilp.
How much food for you?
Not enough.
I didn't think he would be fair.
Maybe. He just kind of pats his belly. But Croaker has a big, big belly. It's deep. It's hard to fill.
Well, our friend Halvig is loaded with money.
At least keep his name consistent.
He could fill your stomach probably 3 times, maybe 4.
3 stomachfuls. You see kind of a glimmer of recognition. That's what you promised me.
Yes.
Where was this Halifax?
He was in the town of where we met.
Town where we met. That doesn't sound like a very good name. It's too long.
Well, that's just where we met. The town is called Winfred Spoke, I believe. Windspoke. Windspokes?
I just have my head in my hands at this point.
I point the direction we came. We came from there in a straight line.
It's the blind misleading the deaf.
If you just go that way in a straight line, you'll get there. I don't even think you need Grelp to get there. That's how confident I am.
Maybe not. Grelp is smart, but I have big feet. He just
You
starts
too.
following your outstretched finger.
Well, since you don't need him anymore, you could leave him with us. It'd
Don't
be
leave
easier
him
for you to
here.
walk there.
He just kind of pauses for a moment, a few steps. I think Grump would be mad if I took him off.
Oh,
Take
he'd be
Grump with you
us.
when you leave.
He'd be with us.
I don't think Grump likes you.
He
Oh, that's
doesn't,
not
which is
very
why you should
hard.
take him.
Grump
might
doesn't
if he
like
gets to know us.
anyone.
He might if he gets to know us better. Or he might not.
I'm gonna take him. He's my little brain. And then he just kind of continues onward, walking back out into the wood.
Wise move, Croker.
Okay. Smart for an ogre in his own way. But other than that strange occurrence of old acquaintances appearing out of thin air, the rest of the night passes uneventfully. And the sun eventually rises.
Yo.
Yeah. Sun rises. You guys all don't decide to wake up. Like, now we're good. We'll continue.
Sun rises. Everyone wakes up. You have woken up to discover you are dead.
Sun rises. Roll to dodge it.
No. I dodge it nonetheless. Get fucked.
Not vampires. You don't have to worry about it.
I will inform Oyeka that I did not get any message last night. However, I will also inform the party that I saw some weird fucking Aurora Borealis.
I mean, you don't know the name for it, but yeah, you remember weird lights in the sky.
That's odd.
Mo recognizes at least a possible, if it's that, because those are, of course, more common up north.
Aurora Borealis.
What do I recognize it as?
The Aurora Borealis type of thing.
Oh.
It probably isn't called that on Mestram, but I don't know what it would be called. So I don't know if they had a name for it back in medieval times.
Aurora Borealis.
Sky gold.
It's not even gold.
Yeah, it's rainbow. Could be a night rainbow. Regardless, yeah. Doesn't matter. Weird lights during the night. Yep. You guys continue onward. And after about the first half a day or so of travel, you eventually hit a road, and the path apparently leads along it for at least a time. So you're able to have a better time to continue practicing with horses for Johnny without having to dodge branches every few minutes. Or at least convince the horse to not be distracted. As there's less, of course, plant life on the road. Next to them, but not on the road. It's actually a pretty nice road for, like, out in the middle of nowhere, as far as you can tell. There aren't any major settlements marked in this area, so it's pretty wide. It's a big cart path type of thing. Though all of the grass and other plant life has been thoroughly tromped down.
All right.
Not very many travelers, though. You see a couple of farmers here and there, but no one traveling along the road with you guys. Eventually, the day comes to a close, and night starts to fall again.
Dressed again.
Yeah. All right.
Percepzione.
Hmm?
I mean, there's a reason why in the past I just never took one.
I mean, it's only a -1. It shouldn't be that bad.
Fucking easy.
Let's say, best case scenario, what do I have to roll to, like, actually see something? Probably, like, I don't know, a 15 or something.
Depends on the thing. I would probably set most DCs closer to 12 to 13 to see at least not like terribly hidden things. Someone trying
Yeah.
to
You still got like a
hide is-
40% chance.
You see how Mitchell said 12 to
35.
13? That's because he said 12 and then he realized, oh shit, Jake rolled a 12. 13.
It's around that range.
Yeah. No, I generally do low DCs for most things during nights as well.
Unless someone is actively trying to hide, but then they set the DC. So,
Yep.
Right, I see.
Nico, your watch is fairly quiet. You do see a... Well, how far do you guys usually camp? Like 30 feet off the road or something like that, right?
Roundabouts, yeah.
So you see a small caravan that's kind of continuing to rumble along early in your watch. But they keep going for another, well, out of your sight. They don't stop to camp near you.
Mhm.
Along with that, a small group of children, maybe? At least small creatures kind of travel along the road about halfway, maybe close to 3/4 away. Hour 2 or 3.
Mm.
Like there's like 15 to 20 of them. They look anyway like children. And they are dancing around and singing and doing other things that are very childlike, but
Just a drunk halflings. Don't worry
it's
about it.
nighttime. And as I said, you're not near any settlements, as far as you know. At least no major ones. They do seem to be traveling in the direction you guys are, so they kind of pass by your camp and keep going.
I'm not gonna go interact with them or anything.
Yep. A couple
It's
of them seem to notice and be in
unsettling.
your direction. But
She'll wave back, but
they just keep going. Other than that, your watch is fairly uneventful. Nothing engages with your camp.
I will note both things I saw Goofy before going to sleep.
You definitely see the caravan.
Children, however, are far too stealthy.
Yeah.
The revelry is, well
It's
beyond
very
my
quiet.
ability.
No, you see both. They're not attempting to hide, so. And the caravan is a big clanging metal thing, so it's pretty much impossible to miss.
Maybe we can whistle their horses over.
What the fuck did you say?
Maybe we can whistle some horses up.
No.
Yep. Eventually,
If I just sleep, Jay, stop thinking about banditry. It's not very heroic of you.
watch
What if
one
those
comes.
horses are being mistreated? We should give them the opportunity to liberate themselves if they so choose.
Hey, maybe I'm gonna fucking liberate your brain from your skull.
Maybe one day someone will. That's the risk you take being a hero.
Hopefully most enemies roll against you.
Yeah, actually.
What can I say? I'm the main character.
You have plot armor as well as armor.
Plot armor's the best kind.
Until it's the worst kind.
Yeah.
Yeah. It only works
Like,
until
you
it doesn't.
You should
Yeah,
totally
the
beat a
problem
guy,
is-
but then you just have like the anti-plot armor game.
Yeah, plot armor is great. Only problem is sometimes the plot needs you to lose.
Yeah, when you get to the belly of the beast part of this heroic arc. Oh no.
It's like whenever someone has to be introduced as new and fucking really strong, so they beat the shit out of someone. Johnny's that person. Johnny's the one who gets the shit beat out of him to show someone else is strong.
Hey guys, it's me, cool sensei character. Oh.
Oh. I'm like the first villain who comes out with a pompadour. And just gets blasted.
Eventually, second watch starts, and about halfway through, you spot a familiar light.
Alright, fuck it. Sure. I'll wake up Yeko,
Is there a light?
nod, choose someone
Yeah.
else. The fucking, I'll just wake up Johnny. Say, hey, we'll be right back. Make sure
Where-
our camp doesn't get burned down.
Where are you going?
To make a mistake, probably. And with that, I just walk out of camp.
We'll be fine, don't worry. Just checking something. And follow.
They're gonna go party with those children.
Johnny's deductive reasoning is powerful as ever.
Oh my
Oh,
Whoa,
no.
whoa!
Holy shit, Mo.
Fucking
Deus
Christ.
Vult.
So, yep. By the way, just as a note for the sake of Oyeko, Gary just seems to be leading you towards, well, nowhere. There is no light as far as you can see.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Mildly troubling.
So, eventually, Guve seems to stop at one place and then turn to look around before kind of walking in a different direction.
You know, keep
I
following.
can't wait for the moment where Oyeko blinks and I'm just gone.
I did consider it.
Keep considering it. It's sick.
Yeah, that's fucking funny.
But
Hey, let me come talk to the demon. Yeah, okay.
you both reach a grove of Dreamwoods. And this one seems to have a trio of occupants rather than the usual one.
I frown.
Oop.
This makes me nervous.
They are a trio of, I mean, they're not old, but they are very beautiful, at least mostly elven women.
They're beautiful, but they're not old. They're not old. I know this may shock you, but they are beautiful.
They're
and
beautiful. They're not MILFs, but they're beautiful.
Okay.
I think it's matronly is probably the word. I'm looking
Whatever
for.
you say, boss.
Yeah.
Whatever you say.
I mean, they're elves, so it's a little hard to tell how old they are. Yeah.
I am going to be not looking directly at them because last time I did that, somebody fucking tried to do something weird to my head. So I'll be
yeah,
just
oh,
taking them with the corner of my vision. But
Mhm. Yep. They're all dressed up in dresses. Fine, they're fine dresses, but they're not lady dresses. They're more like outside, kind
Like
of traveling.
Man dresses.
They're traveling,
Kilts? Pog?
traveling clothes, but they're still finely made and
Kilts are
very
skirts,
colorful.
not dresses.
And
Not if it covers your entire body.
The kill
Like a
starts.
drapery,
The long
okay.
kilt. The long kilt.
Starts at the
Patent
shoulder,
pending.
all the way down.
of the three,
Kilt goes all the way up.
one is surrounded by mushrooms. She has black hair, pale, very, very pale skin, nearly white. And a, not black, but certainly very dark colored purple dress.
Okay.
Ah, good. Decay.
One is green and yellow, surrounded by, well, kind of spring flowers. And the third is surrounded by a not corn, but kind of more cabbages and potatoes and more crops of that nature. Small, but around it.
Farmer.
Nice.
And
We
her
can't buy
dress
from growth.
is, while brown, is at least still kind of covered in small accents of green. Not gemstones, but more small, like, ribbons and the like.
Well, Frog, are any of these your
As for the other two, by the way, for the spring flowers and the growing, the spring has a vibrantly green hair, and the one with the brown dress has just kind of a brownish black hair. They seem to be discussing something in language that neither of you guys speak.
Cool. Given they Greek and Elvish since that worked last time.
As many of them?
No.
The black-haired woman pointedly ignores you, like looks in a different direction to make it obvious that she's doing so.
Alright.
What a Chad.
Yeah. The other two at least look in your direction, though the one with brown hair just kind of turns her nose up a little bit. The one with green hair just kind of looks at you, a wide grin crossing her face. She says something, but
That's the one that makes me the most nervous.
That's the one that knows who's that's eating first.
It said something that I believe we did not understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't grab Sylvan, if I'm honest. Why the fuck did I grab Primordial?
Can you translate? What are they speaking something you don't understand either?
I don't like these ones.
Don't? What are they? They your relatives still, or no?
No, all demons are relatives after a fashion. But all cousins and uncles don't get along.
Well, just stay out of sight then. I still will probably need to talk to them.
Yep. And, like, as you say that, you just see it not vanish. You can still tell that it's there, but it seems like it's kind of turned into mist.
Mhm.
And just kind of falls to the ground kind of near your feet.
Yeah.
I'll
I
just
was
call out
hoping
in
you were
common.
interested in talking.
She kind of turns back and looks at the other two, who are still kind of doing their "we don't care that you exist" routine. And kind of excitedly gestures in your direction, and, well, you'd assume it says something to the same extent. Finally, the brown-haired woman just kind of sighs, and she just kind of raises a hand, and a chair just kind of appears out of thin air, seemingly made out of gnarled wood that's just kind of grown into a chair shape. It's not quite in their little circle, but it's close by. Kind of right at the edge of where the plants start to grow near them. And she does kind of point to the chairs, and then point at you, Guve. And
Sit
just
down.
sit in Elven at you.
Yeah, I'll go sit down.
Yep. She seems to continue ignoring Oyeko. This time entirely ignoring Oyeko, not the just kind of pointed, "I'm better than you."
Not the dismissal, just active.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let Goofy talk, I suppose. See what I can manage.
And just for the sake of my own sanity, I'm just going to name them for ease: spring, summer, and winter, just for ease. Because that's basically what they remind you of.
Yeah.
But yeah, spring does kind of wave at you, as well, Oyeko, and gestures for a spot on the ground near her.
Oh,
Kind of patting the
stop
earth.
that. Go take a seat.
As you sit down, she pats you lightly on the head and gives you a smile. And then they continue talking. Their conversation lasts for, well, I guess until you guys get bored and wish to cut in. So how
I'm
long?
willing to give them a pretty significant amount of time. I'm willing to wait for like up to probably an hour and a half.
Oyako is many things, and patient is definitely one of them.
All right. Yep. So after about a half an hour or so of their conversation continuing in that weird flowery musical language, finally the spring just kind of turns back to you. Now that we've finished our conversation, what is it that you need? She's just kind of directing it at both of you.
I'll look at Oyeko.
Well, let's start with something that's a question for you guys. Have you ever encountered some sort of eyeball creature?
Yep. They all look at you, now very obviously kind of giving up the illusion of annoyance and dismissal. And Summer just kind of nods. We have indeed. Do you also know of an eyeball creature?
Well, we fought one.
You lost against one.
Yeah. Winter just kind of rolls her eyes. Of course you lost against it. It is the Watcher. It is what you're supposed to do.
But yeah, I just wish someone informed us of that ahead of time.
Spring just kind of like makes a shushing motion and kind of waves in in Winter's direction. Oh, don't give them that. They're mortals. They're going to resist whatever the Watcher wants to do. It's just the way of things.
It took somebody? What? Do you know what it wants to do?
Yeah, Summer just kind of answers your question before the other two get a chance. It wants to do whatever it wants to do. It's best not to think of it.
Incidentally, when we were fighting it, my sword barely worked against it. But I can't, or rather, I'm not willing to use a weapon of magical nature. Because I'm not going to benefit off of someone else's sacrifice. Is
You'll
there
die with your ideals.
Is there some other way to make my weapon effective against it without having to make someone sacrifice?
You sacrifice yourself.
Yeah. Winter laughs and basically gives you that answer. It's magic. It requires sacrifice, no matter what.
Well, that's not entirely true, is it?
No,
It
it
is
exists
for
with
you.
magic.
The demons don't sacrifice.
Yes, but we fulfill a different role. Your role is to use, our role is to be. It is the way of things.
Is there any way that myself and demons could work together, that they help me?
You could use Johnny's sword.
You ask for what some humans have tried before. She just kind of narrows her eyes. That didn't exactly work out for them. Or us.
Doesn't mean it won't work out this time.
She kind of shoots you a glance. The very obvious, your turn to talk will come. Shush.
sit back in the chair and wait.
So there is a way to. I mean, one of my traveling companions has a sword that has a demon in it.
Summer starts. Yes, the Quarlane. They are unfortunate souls. Fools, but unfortunate fools. They trusted, and they paid for it. Some have been released, but not very many. They are not kind demons, but they are at least demons. We hold some kinship.
And all demons trust with their powers and give them to people? Or lend them, I suppose? I don't want to take.
Yep. She just kind of, they give you basically 3 different reactions as Summer fixes you with a glare. Winter just kind of laughs in a kind of mocking way. And Spring just kind of pats you on the head again. Oh, of course we can. But as your forebears have kind of ruined our connection, I don't really see why any of us should trust you. It is ever so hard with your twisting morals.
That gets a little eye twitch from Oyeko, even though it wasn't just targeted at her.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
You see, we all know what we're going to do ahead of time. I can assume how my sisters will do things before they even do it, years, centuries in advance. But you all change your minds on whim, in moments. A movement in the breeze seems to be enough sometimes. He just kind of giggles. It is quite entertaining, for sure, but it does make it awful hard to give you anything.
So it's just a matter of trust?
Summer just kind of nods. But our trust is very hard won.
That's okay. I'm
But
very pleased.
she does seem to make a pointed look towards your feet, but then kind of looks away, and they look over at Gouvet. And you? What do you seek?
Hey, I'm the one who's being led here. I kind of want to know what that's about.
Well, you're willingly coming. It's not like we demand your audience.
True, but I assume there's some reason why you would give the option to have an audience. Given that I've never heard of anything like this before.
But I think it's not quite time for that yet. The time will come. But for now, I think we shall leave you in the dark.
Don't look pleased about that. I don't say anything.
Spring just kind of leans over, her arm extending far beyond what it was able to before, just kind of pats you on the shoulder. Don't worry. You'll learn eventually. Just don't die. It's not that hard.
Just gonna think back on everything that's happened since this adventure started and frown.
Yep. Winter just kind of cackles again. Oh, don't you know? They're quite effective at it. They only can last 100 years at most. They just kind of go back to bickering in that Sylvan language again. Apparently discussing what is you'd assume to be the number of years each individual mortal race lives. It calms back down after a good 15 minutes of bickering. And Summer seems to take the lead again. Is there anything else that you need?
You all seem to be familiar with the Watcher, as you called it. Is it
Of
the
course.
Watcher or a Watcher? Are there multiple?
It is both. The Watcher is the Watcher, but there are a Watcher as well.
Do you happen to would you be willing to share any information on how to defeat it? What it can do?
Winter just kind of jumps in. You mean besides just stabbing it repeatedly?
Well, that one didn't seem to work too great the first time.
Spring just kind of laughs again. Well, it is effective. They do die just like any mortal creature, at least after a fashion. As for what exactly they are and their weaknesses, that is not something we can easily share. Especially as you are.
As we are.
As a friend.
You are marked. You've been told this before. At least some of you have.
Yeah, I actually have been told that a few times.
As you are now, I cannot divulge any information that would put us at risk. You are watched, as it were.
Well, I wouldn't want you all to put yourselves at risk for me. Not exactly fair.
We wouldn't either. I can tell you that they appear as they are. And they are quite resistant to magic in all forms of metal. They have a way of twisting it, changing its precision and intent into their own, causing it to weaken or bolster to their own whims. You have simply faced a weak one if you still walk. They grow stronger.
Well, that's good.
No, that's quite bad, actually.
Yeah, that was what I was going for.
Yep. Spring just kind of laughs again. It is indeed. They are quite nasty creatures, if you can call them that. They're more magic held in a box. It is not a very tight box. It leaks and it wobbles. And usually it explodes at some point. But it is a box nonetheless.
Mm.
If you could find the box, then you usually can break it beforehand. But it is ever so hard. They like to hide and quibble and seep before they expand and become their normal forms.
Mm-mm.
I'm hearing is we need to kill this thing fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think I really have one more question. And you all will not tell me why I'm being brought here. Will you at least tell me that if there's a pattern, should I expect to be brought at certain times? Or is it just random, as it appears to be now?
They all kind of laugh at the same time at that question. And Summer seems to continue. You look for a pattern in demons.
Like for a pattern in all things. Makes life simpler.
Yeah, good luck.
I have a lot of things I need to keep track of.
It's like looking for a pattern in the moon. There one probably exists, but it is hard to decipher. And at that, they all kind of look up at once at the single moon. This one just white, rather than the bone white. And then you guys are both just kind of sitting in a field. Well,
Hair disappears. I just fall directly onto my ass.
Yes, exactly. It does disappear.
Well, if all of them are like that, that wasn't bad at all. You made it sound like these things are way more concerning.
The frog does reform out of mist onto your shoulder again.
Those are the first
Yes.
words I've ever heard them spoke. They're
No,
not all
all
like
of them.
that. And the
Well,
first one, or the second one, I think might have been trying to drown me, but I'm not entirely sure.
Well,
And with
you'll
that,
have to
I'll get up
help.
and start heading back to camp.
Mhm.
True, they were helpful in a way.
All I need to do is get a strong enough demon to trust me. Or maybe just wait long enough and... Well, actually, Frog, do you trust me?
We're back.
You did not tell them about me.
Well, I told you I'd protect you, remember?
I don't trust you as Mother does, but maybe in time. But I am still young.
Your mother
If you need a
trusts me.
strong demon, I am not one.
Well, that's okay. As far as I'm concerned, we're friends, so...
For whatever reason, by the way, when it says mother, for whatever, you just get this sense it's not meaning the creature you met before. It's referencing a different mother.
Good.
I've been around this frog enough to know that if I try to ask him about it, he'll give me some random bullshit answer that I will not understand.
Yeah, that's the fun of dealing with anything Fae adjacent in Mitchell campaigns. Nothing makes sense.
If you're getting sensed from Fae, you're not playing Fae right.
I think that's entirely true. I think some sense maybe once in a while fucking would be nice.
It would be,
You
but
know, mix it up a little bit.
fun.
Not understanding them all the time would be so predictable.
Yeah. You can always trust an untrustworthy person.
They give some answers, they just don't give you straight answers.
Yeah.
You just have to parse it.
It's all gay answers. It's like I'm talking to Leo.
Yep.
That's why I hate Leo. It all makes sense now.
It reminds you of Fae. So, you guys are able to return to camp. And as before, the grove vanishes back into wherever it started. But other than that, I mean, the rest of your watch passes uneventfully,
That's good.
as does Johnny's. Well, I guess other than another flock of ravens that kind of show up to watch the camp, which Johnny definitely notices this time.
Your friend wants to talk again.
I mean, they
Also,
don't
how long
enter the camp; they
gone?
just kind of hang out near it.
Just for sake, how long were we gone? Because for us it was like 30 some odd minutes. How long was it for Johnny?
Closer to 45 to an hour.
That is different from last time, because last time I was gone for a while. And
Well, I mean, for the actual time that you guys were gone.
okay.
Well, at least in your subjective view. As for Johnny, I mean, I don't know, 10 minutes.
All right. So time is still very much compressed.
Seems like it.
All right. Just want to make sure.
Yep. Other than the flock of ravens, your watch is uneventful, Johnny, unless you're going to interact with the ravens.
Nope.
Then morning sun comes up. Most of the flock by kind of morning time does break off and head back into whatever they were doing for the day. But there are a couple that kind of hang around for a little longer. Even they
John.
eventually leave as you guys are kind of finishing packing up.
Can you make up with your fucking sword? It's getting unnerving.
It tried to turn me against its kin.
So,
Johnny says it like it's self-explanatory.
Yeah, most demanding an
Johnny.
explanation.
Johnny, I don't need you to be best friends with the goddamn thing.
I just need you to hit for magic damage.
I just need you to be in a working fucking relationship with it.
It works.
Does it?
Works
I will
about
not let it
1%
act its
its
will
usual
upon
power,
us.
yeah. It works.
I will
What'd you
not
say,
let
Mitchell?
this blade.
It works at a very low percentage of its power, but it does work, yeah. Because it's a freaking metal sword. It's not going to freaking dull.
I actually, I don't. If Johnny's being moral about something, I don't think we should tell him not to be.
You say that, but he's gonna think he's being moral about something in the future, and he's gonna bring this up as a fucking defense for himself by you claiming that he's allowed to be moral.
In the future,
Yes,
I'm moral all the time.
Johnny, I was gonna tell
Johnny,
you
you wanted Croaker to leave a goblin in our camp so you could kill him. That's not very moral.
What?
That goblin was using Croaker.
Like you did?
Yes, actually. Actually, no. Johnny did it worse because Johnny intentionally was trying to kill Croaker. I think the goblin was just in a symbiotic relationship with him.
Oh, now hiring people is immoral.
Oh,
People make
don't
no
pretend
sense at
that's
all.
what you were doing.
What? I offered him bellyfuls for his service. Did I not feed him?
You only started
No,
doing that after
you
we
didn't.
caught
I
you in
fed
the
him.
act.
and the point is he got food.
What? I fed him.
Did you?
I'm confused.
This is out of character because I don't remember if Johnny actually did feed him.
Eventually. Not in the
Okay.
moment.
No, the moment that was me, I
Croaker
know
basically re-showed up and went, do it or else.
I kind of in real life forget how that went down.
I have a vague recollection,
that. Mm-hmm.
but not the chronological order and all that shenazzle.
Yeah.
That was during the time of the Drunko Yeko.
Mm-hmm.
This is true. And that's how
Yeah,
I made
I
my
remember
strongest
that.
ally, the frog.
Yep.
I remember having to deal with that fucking mess.
Yep. Finding a Yeko.
No, I meant having it to our bar fight didn't break out and a bunch of people didn't die.
Oh, yeah.
The finding a Yeko bar was pretty easy, actually.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, in comparison to talking down both a barkeep and an ogre and angry patrons.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But yeah, you guys are all packed up and ready to go.
All right.
Incidentally, Johnny, what exactly is it again that makes you hate that sword so?
I'm struggling for the right word. But this sword conspires against its kin.
No, I think that she was asking why you hate greenskin, so.
No, I was asking about the sword.
Oh, okay.
And that's it.
Hmm?
That's the only reason you hate it? I
It
understand it, of course, but I don't know if it does anything else.
if it does anything else, you seek its power.
No, like as in if it does anything else that makes you hate it.
Well, it physically assaulted me.
It did?
Mm.
What? When?
Possessed a bird.
Oh yeah, that's why that bird attacked you. That was funny.
Was
There's a
deadly
bird
of
pecking its
scouts.
steel. Can't do shit.
I don't know how to feel about that sword.
Looking down at it, the eye seems to be closed at the moment.
Sleeping.
Because on one hand, from what you told me about it, it does not sound like a very pleasant demon. But on
It
the
isn't.
other hand, way back when I still had it, it did really help me.
It lent you power. Did you speak to it?
No, I never spoke to it.
Maybe if you had the power, it wouldn't have tasted as sweet.
Like their magic swords not talking.
No,
Also,
I did give...
it's the perfect solution to your problem. It's a sword that is fucking magical through the power of demons.
Yeah, but it's... I know I'm being picky here, but it's... Johnny, didn't it tell you it wanted you to break the sword and set it free?
It did say that.
So it's not willingly lending its power. I'm still benefiting from something else's sacrifice, just in this case it sacrificed its freedom.
Oh,
I'm
that's
not
fair.
benefiting. Well,
Yeah, right now no one's benefiting from it actually.
Yeah, I'm not. So
That's what I'm saying, if I was to use it.
So as it stands, we're
rather-
basically kidnappers.
I'd rather... If I'm going to use something magical, it's going to be because no one's paying for it.
shrug.
Yeah, I don't think that's how magic works, to be honest.
It is if
But
someone...
then again, you know.
If the demon just lends power, it seems like that's the way.
My power is God-given. Perhaps look above for guidance.
Donnie, your power came at probably the biggest cost out of anyone here. Which isn't...
Yeah, I agree with this one
but
actually.
it's a large cost. Not the largest I've seen, but...
It was an absolute win. I was freed from regret and given powers.
So just for interest sake, did you have the fucking like were you a sociopath before and this just makes it more effective, or
Never have been.
Do you really think you realize?
no?
Think about it, if you can't feel regret, would you really remember being regretful?
I mean,
It sucked.
I guess you can.
yeah, you can't remember.
Haven't felt that way since.
Do you remember the feeling of it, though?
Vaguely. This was a long time ago. I was around 10, I would say.
Gave up
That's
your
the last
feeling
time you
of
felt
when you were
regret?
10?
More or less.
Jesus.
It's horrible.
It's... What are you talking about? It's great.
This isn't that funny anymore.
What?
I was trying to use humor because we're in a terrible situation, but now I just feel sad.
Listen, all things are possible through God.
Well, except for feeling regret for you.
And thank the Lord I don't. Awful feeling.
So,
But regardless, the sword stays unused.
Well,
That's fine.
it's being used actually, but
Well, the power therein. It seeks release to pursue its dark designs. It sought to persuade me to enact violence
dark
upon its brethren.
designs.
Johnny,
It
dark
seeks-
designs.
It seeks to use me to enact violence upon its brethren.
Maybe its brethren are assholes.
Maybe they're
If
cut
it's
from the same cloth.
If it's talking about other demons, I've actually pretty much only had positive experiences.
Good for you.
Good for you.
You've gotten fucking lucky.
Well, they're the ones last night. There's Frog, of course, my personal
Wait,
favorite.
hold on.
Hmm?
You two have been sneaking out of camp at night to consort with demons?
So you
Well, it was
say
just last
that
night.
like we've done it a lot.
You have.
I told you what I'd been doing.
You didn't mention the word demon. Now you're taking him along for the ride? Her along for the ride?
She wanted to come. She actually asked me.
I had some questions to ask. It was a one-time thing. Don't say consorting with demons like they're just automatically evil creatures.
Oh, now you don't want to be more.
Well, because they're not. Listen, there's some things
I'm confused how this is where you draw the line with magic, because they are just beings of magic. Like that's what they are.
Magic itself isn't inherently evil. It's the sacrifices you have to make to get it.
Then why do you still hate magicians?
Because they're always sacrificing.
That's physically not true. Most sacrifice nothing since we met them. Except for maybe their sanity traveling with us.
Well, some of
I'll
them will
just
probably-
point at Johnny though.
Yeah, he hasn't sacrificed anything since he started traveling with us. Since before he started traveling with us.
But look at what sacrificing made him.
Yeah.
Better.
That's why I hate magic.
No.
So you have to realize it this way, Kuvik.
Yeah.
He sacrificed what made him human, honestly, to become this. And we have to think about how many people's lives that's impacted.
So at what point are you not human from sacrificing an emotion? Is it any emotion?
Are you asking
Bad
me
way.
or are you asking?
No, I'm asking. Oh yeah, go. I don't think this is something that the DM can just give a fucking flat answer for.
No, I will not give you a flat answer.
Because this
for
is a fucking moral question. And if the
It's
DM is
not
just
human,
giving
is
flat
it?
answers on moral questions like this, it's fucked up.
Because there are sociopaths in the world, and they're still human, I guess. But you get what I mean. You get what I mean.
He's still human. He's still tracking pretty easily.
He's
He's just a bad person.
he's ruined the lives of a lot of people.
I'm right here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. You can listen to these words.
And?
too.
I've got nothing to hide from you.
Yeah, which people?
How many goblins have you killed exactly?
That's not a fair question. Some goblins probably did attack.
Oh, we're talking about
Some
Kim.
some goblins did deserve it, sure, but not all of the ones he's killed. I guarantee it.
Yeah, but we're
Oh
talking
no,
about,
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
thought we were talking about people.
Goblins are people. They're bad people, but they're people.
Johnny, you make it very tempting for me to just strike you down sometimes.
It just, well, if you kill him, then you're just as bad as him.
There's a reason he's alive.
Maybe not just as bad, because you've seen firsthand evidence of his wrongdoings.
Yeah. I don't know why I haven't, to be honest. I don't know. Probably because he does help protect you guys, at least.
Didn't help protect me in that last fight.
themselves in that one. That was rough.
Why'd you keep staying on top of my fucking body? Such bitches.
I didn't. But it's never been. My hatred of magic has never just been because I despise magic itself. It's what it makes people into.
So if I go out tomorrow and I like sacrifice my left foot for magic,
I'd call you a dumbass. And I would really think it would be just like an incredibly stupid thing to do. And it also opens a gateway to potentially learning more magic and making even bigger sacrifices. There's a reason I don't just like kill wizards on sight. Like, yes, mages can be good people, but just they give up so much, and so many of the times it just isn't worth it.
Are you familiar with commerce?
Where are you
The
going
giving
with
up
this,
of one
Johnny?
thing to obtain another?
Yeah, because me paying an amount of gold to stay a night at an inn is definitely the same as Guve giving up her foot.
So, question: do you think you're going to be able to gain back through hard work and commerce your ability to feel regret?
Gold
Because I'm
is
be honest, I can pay 20 gold pieces for a fucking really nice set of clothes, and then go out and work and get 20 gold pieces back.
why would I
I
want it
can't
back?
give up my left foot for magic. Actually, that's a bad example because depending on the level of magic, I can get that back.
Why would I want it back? There's a reason I gave it away. But regardless, gold is your time and your effort.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't get back the things you sacrificed a lot of the times.
Precisely. That's
As a
kind
note,
of
it is
why I
all
did
of
that.
the time. If you give something away, it never really comes back. Even a physical injury will still leave a mark. Regenerated now.
You regenerate your foot back and you just can't use it at all. It's just limp flesh.
Comes back
Not
as wood.
quite, but it's not. It always feels wrong,
Mhm.
like a phantom limb kind of way.
God, that fucking sucked.
It's one of the most popular and least popular of the of the things to sacrifice.
Most popular, least favorite.
Yep. Well, it's easy, but
Yeah.
comes with a big cost.
I mean, not having it is kind of the point of giving it up. Oh, I won't get it back. That means I've made the right choice.
But there's no way for you.
You
to
physically
know if you made
can't
the right
decide that you've made the
choice.
wrong choice.
Right?
That's a great way to put it.
You can't go, man, I wish I made another choice. And you can't do that. You're physically incapable.
Seems like you understand that, so why are you trying to convince me?
No, I'm just saying you're stupid. I just want you to
But
stop trying to kill people around us.
That's why I'm okay with demons, though. Incidentally,
That's understandable.
they don't sacrifice for their magic. Why get along with Frog?
Well, the next time you see someone who's given up too much, let me know.
I'll kill them.
Wait, what's your problem?
Hmm?
Like you've only really met one demon who was an asshole.
I'm not making a catch-all statement about demons.
Then why were you so angry with me and Oyeko, quote unquote, consorting with demons?
Consorting just means speaking with. Am I missing something?
Do you understand connotation?
I understand notation.
No connotation.
Like, taking notes with someone?
No, so if I tell you I stabbed someone and I tell you I shanked someone, do those mean the exact same thing to you? Do those bring the same image into your mind?
Yeah.
If I say someone is old and I say someone is decrepit, do those bring the same image into your mind?
No. I don't
Here,
think
look at the
decrepit has to do
definition,
with
decrepit.
age.
Oh, it
Decrepit
actually
just-
does. Decrepit means elderly and infirm.
Oh, the more you know. John
Yeah.
doesn't know that for sure.
So yeah, they both mean that someone's old, but they bring two very different images.
Ah,
Hence connotation. So if you say someone was speaking to someone, then that brings a different image than saying someone was consorting with someone, because consorting usually means something more negative.
ah. Well,
I'm gonna give you
my
an
issue,
English lesson out here.
my issue is that
It's wondering the same thing.
my issue is that they're notoriously difficult to understand.
English with Gouvet.
No, this is true.
You've got that right.
It's easy to get tricked, or trapped, or confused.
I'm still like 50% sure one of them tried to drown me.
I'd less say tricked from what I've found. They just kind of,
No, they trick people.
well, they all just kind of dick around with me.
Regardless,
Yeah.
for all I know, you could walk into that bush and never come back out. Where would that leave us? I don't like it.
I turn around and walk into the bush,
Think she's gonna come out?
and then I just do a loop around and come in from the other side of the camp.
Where did you come from?
Like that?
My point is that it feels risky. Somewhat high
Well-
stakes around here.
Johnny, we did learn some things talking to them,
That's good.
and I don't intend to go back.
I do. Given that they're gonna keep sending me invitations.
Just shake my head at Yeko. Can't talk sense into some people.
You could go sometime, Johnny.
I'm not sure they'll like you, but shrug.
Well, do you trust them, Give?
Yeah.
That surprises me.
Yeah, it surprises me too, honestly. I look worried when I say that.
If you trust them, then I'll take your word for it. You've been nothing but honest since we met.
Yeah, I think that's true, actually. I don't think I really lied.
You're a strange person, Johnny.
He fits right in.
I really wish I knew what he was like before he sacrificed.
Probably like an idiot child.
Well, because sometimes he says some things and it's like I agree with those things, but then he acts.
Yeah. It's almost like he's a multifaceted individual.
It's like we should see eye to eye, but it's just he does so many horrible things.
It's like seeing your own ideals in a mirror, but it's one of those weird, like, clown house mirrors that's all corrupted and twisty.
Look, we may be stuck together for some time. It wouldn't hurt to get to know each other. Oyako,
Yeah?
you hate magic. The sacrifice for it, I don't agree with, but that's how you see it. Is it purely an intellectual understanding you've reached, or do you have a history with sacrifice?
Oh, I have a history.
I like to have his
My
fervent
Are
hatred.
you
There's definitely
okay?
history there.
My old best friend and lover sacrificed too much and I had to kill him.
I imagine it haunts you.
Yeah. When I had
Fuck.
a dream that involved that eyeball creature, it was
What
about that.
fuck?
Greenskins butchered everything I knew.
guessed it was something like that. I am sorry that happened to you. I just don't think judging an entire race off of it is
I
the way
was
to do
meant
it.
to stay up with the bell and ring it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do that. I sort of fell asleep.
I'm assuming you regret that?
Of course not. It wasn't my fault. I fell asleep. I was tired.
Did you regret it in the moment?
Probably.
Hmm.
But one moment can really let you see why some things should be hated. I'm glad you see magic the same way I see greenskins.
I wouldn't call it the same. If I see someone that is a mage that's sacrificed something that I think is completely unacceptable, for example, you, I don't try to trick them or connive them or act in any sort of way that would let me kill them in self-defense. Maybe on a baseline level, yes, we hate them the same amount, but I don't act on it as much as I want to sometimes.
I think you should. But we can
Johnny,
disagree.
if you thought I should and I took your advice,
You'd be
we'd be
dead.
fighting right now.
It would be principally consistent, but we can rain check that until the world is saved.
Okay, I'll give you that. That one was funny.
Huh?
That was funny.
What was funny?
Saying that we can rain check ourselves having a fight until we save the world. That's just a funny thought to me.
No, it's not getting saved.
But we should.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. It's just funny the way you worded it is all.
All right. It wasn't a joke, though.
Well, Johnny, as long
Were
as
I
we're
laughing
traveling,
character?
Hmm?
Fuck.
as long as we're traveling together, I will look out for you. I'll have your back. You know that.
Of course.
Just stop trying to bait
The world's
goblins
at
into
stake.
fights.
We're heroes. We put these things aside.
We do.
I'm sorry about your friend.
And I'm sorry about your village, or town. I don't know where you come from.
More of a homestead.
Sorry about your homestead.
Happens.
Right, Johnny kills a Yucca.
Happens. And so does this / action search.
Happens, starts stabbing Echo in her sleep. Many things happen.
Well, you know,
See, this is why I'm always awake when Johnny has his watch.
I do hate greenskins, but I don't kill them because I hate them. I kill them to save their future victims.
That is some bizarre ass rationalization. That isn't even post hoc, that's pre hoc rationalization. What the fuck?
That's just how they are. Gotta be killed.
You realize not all greenskins like kill people, right?
Some are better at fighting their urges than others.
I've been friends with quite a few goblins.
I wouldn't say that.
There's some of them that are just wonderful people. I will concede that there are a lot of them that are not very good. But it does really bother me when people judge an entire race just because of what they are.
More of a culture thing.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Culturally fucked.
The moments of silence there. Cry.
You can just imagine this in-depth conversation going on and Mo just sitting in the background, just
Eating like jerky.
Mo eating bugs off the ground.
A particularly crusty leaf.
I'll just look over. Mo, are you okay? Yeah.
It just makes me think of the fucking one scene from The Lion King. Where they're, the fucking bugs.
Oh,
That's a nice one.
Just like
Crunch. Mo's a literal war criminal.
Halflings by the thousands. Oh, and goblins and orcs. Oh, and dwarves too.
The ones you were friends with were probably raised by good people.
Well, the goblins and orcs did for a long time, but they've been thoroughly routed at this point, so they're very rare in comparison to the other two continents. Because when you have dogmen, who are very good at tracking and fighting, and halflings, who are very good at tracking and fighting, and move all the time, it's very easy to keep your land safe because there are no holes to hide in. They're already being used.
No one has any compulsions against a race war, so.
Yeah.
Race war now. Race war now.
Yo, we starting a race war? I'll bring the Nerf guns.
Johnny
Nerf.
wants to know your location.
It's Nerf or nothing.
Nerf this.
That video so much.
So, yep. You guys get back on the road.
Well, good talk, everyone. I can't wait to hate each other at the end of the day.
Speed run.
Speed run, hate each other. Easy. Johnny, you're wrong. Goblins are based.
Not you too, give a.
Oh yeah, I'm going to forcibly sacrifice a party member for magic.
Oh, Jesus, I'd do it.
I would have sacrificed Oyeko. What?
Johnny, I'm going to forcibly sacrifice someone for the magic to turn myself into a goblin.
Oyeko takes one of those rubber masks from Mission Impossible to reveal she is a goblin.
Oh fuck, that ended poorly.
Johnny, the world can wait.
Goblins stacked on top of each other.
If it was two goblins stacked on top of each other, just turn to Johnny. We take them now.
See, guys, goblins aren't so bad. Guys.
Bang.
Have you ever taken an axe to a totem pole? It's kind of like that.
You ever see a fucking watermelon get shot by buckshot?
Have you ever drunk a nymph?
What?
Have you ever drunk a nymph?
No.
Boy, do I have the product for you.
Yeah? Let's hear it.
A really violent straw.
Ooh.
Just stab it right in.
I thought you were going to go in the Gamer Girl direction on that.
Fuck.
Oh my god. I'm no fucking bathwater guzzling.
That dancing underwater scene has just gotten a whole new context that I don't like.
That wasn't a nymph.
Isn't there something
Join
a
me
type
in
of
the
nymph?
bath. Drown in my bath water.
That wasn't a nymph. That was a water elemental stripper.
Oh, Pog, I can talk to them now.
Quote, I'll make you wet. It says that here on the card.
Right.
How you doing, Theo?
He's dead.
He's gone.
I'm just speaking to the chief.
The police?
What?
The chief of Bathwater.
It's me.
For this try.
Just goes all the way up.
Turns out Theo's talking about in character mode, just talking to some chief that no one else noticed.
Covered in like leaves.
Just
and
walked
feathers.
into camp while you guys were all having a discussion, and just all of a sudden start talking.
Yeah.
You all look over. But who the hell is that?
Chief. What?
You heard me, chief.
Yeah.
He just looks
Mo's
at
like,
you.
I've acquired a standing army. And we're like, what?
We're just having a simple conversation about morality. What the fuck?
The locals think I'm some kind of god.
Well, just moving the plot along. You guys are all busy with morality. But, yep, back on the road. Which does thankfully last the rest of the day. Yep. Which, it's pretty quiet. The weather continues to hold. It cools a little bit, but it does not start to rain or snow, so... At about 3-ish, kind of when you guys are starting to look for a place to kind of start bedding down soon. You see a small troop headed towards you.
A small troop?
Yep.
Troop of what?
Of armored soldiers.
Oh.
They appear human, but of course it's hard to tell with armor on.
Get off of the road.
What is
They're
their
led by a
Volscians?
probably a woman with a they're wearing a big long heavy robe, so it's kind of hard to tell anything, and they have a mask over their face, so it's impossible to tell features. Which at least, well, I don't know, would any of you immediately recognize it? Probably not.
From the make of their armor, is it clear like what nation they hail from? Is it like Arathians, Volscians?
Yeah, you'd probably be able to tell from the armor. Yeah, these guys are Arathians.
Ah. Countrymen. They might know me. Know of me.
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't.
That's a terrible thought.
I'm something of a legend.
That makes me nervous.
The priest
makes
kind
my
of
guns
leads the column. In total, there's only about 10 at least, like heavily armed soldiers, like full plate, heavily armed and armored. But there is a small, small in comparison to like an army, but larger than this little unit of people following behind it that seem to be pilgrims of some sort.
Those are Arathians, my countrymen.
Yeah.
Don't see any dregs with them.
You see a couple kind of holding things near the kind of behind the soldiers, but in front of the kind of major group. But there's only a small group, 2 or 3.
I don't see any dregs with them. Wait a minute.
Oh,
I see dregs with them.
there they are. Look there in the back. Dregs.
Yeah, the mask and the robes are a kind of mix of very heavily, like the major color is green with kind of lighter greens and a little bit of gold as kind of accents around the shoulders and throat. The mask itself seems to be of a vaguely elven-looking face. It does cover her entire face. It's full-size masks with a pair of eye holes. And yeah, they're gonna just march down the road. Down the center of said road.
I mean, Oyeko will go to the side of it.
Yep.
I'll step aside as well, but Johnny would love to strike up a conversation.
Are you gonna try and strike up a conversation with whom? Priests, some of the soldiers, the pilgrims following after? The drags can't talk, so they're kind of hard to speak with.
Yeah, probably not the dregs.
Yep.
Goblin one.
Getting kind of closer, and if you guys didn't move too far off the road, you see at least the front soldiers have all the soldiers have kind of a similar tabard of green and gold, but the leading pair, you guys see the flash of red on the left one and the flash of purple from the right, from their eye slits.
Does this mean anything to Johnny?
Probably that they're undead of some sort.
Skeletons.
Most likely returned of some sort, but it's impossible to tell what kind. If they're just simple returned or if they're the spell. Freaking heck, what the heck are the spell ones called? Spell formed, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Who are you going to attempt to communicate with?
I guess I just would like hail them in general.
Yeah. The priest will stop kind of nearby, and wave at in that kind of a big open greeting, and the other soldiers. So like the first two in the 10 will kind of step up behind her, making it very obvious that they are not overtly hostile, but definitely their hands fall on their blades.
Yeah.
And they just kind of keep an eye on you. But the other 8 just kind of...
I'll approach a bit, but like well outside of me potentially being able to harm them and not make any move towards, anything. Like a range at which I can talk comfortably while making it clear that I'm not trying to like close the distance or anything like that.
Yeah, you can stop like 20 feet away or so and they'll be happy.
Countrymen, what do I owe the pleasure?
As traveler on the roads from our fair Arathia, do you wish to hear of our Lady's Light?
Gladly.
Dear Valence comes to bless all. Goddess of Rebirth is more than willing to take on followers who will rejoin in our... what would she call it? I guess our cycle makes the most sense.
I have long been on the wheel, sister.
She nods. Her hands are still out in greeting. She hasn't closed back in. We walk as a missionary party to bring others into our light. After all, it is our goddess's demand that all be brought into the cycle.
Comrades, have you heard the word? Finally, a sister devout enough to speak the words I cannot.
I have no need for gods, thank you.
Keep in mind, this is the other side of the church, seeing as you follow Valence.
Well, they're, two sides of the same coin.
Heathen.
No, they're allied things. It's just they
okay.
they have different functionality in the church. Valence is more the paladin side. They're the ones that go out and stomp evil and do that sort of stuff. Whereas Valence is the more join our church, we're full of good things and food.
It's like how there are basically two types of Christian?
Mm.
Sense that there are more than 2 types of Christian, but
Yeah, there are a few, but continue.
It's like that.
Okay, good. That was the least helpful ever.
You know, there's the more fire and brimstone Old Testament kind.
Yeah, you know, there's two types of Christian. There's, you know, Westboro
There's
Baptist
the-
Church and the rest of them.
And Jesus loves from the cheap. And,
Artifact.
Yep.
oh,
Yeah. In general, it's fairly well known, even for those who only have a vague understanding of the Church of Arathia. Of course, the two sisters. Valence is more the kind of undead side of the church. She is more the, well, the followers of the returned as well as dregs and everything else. She has some following as humans, but not as strong one. Valence, of course, is the opposite. She has mostly humans, mostly living, as her followers. As one is decay, one is the other is rebirth. The endless cycle between the two. So, it does make it a little odd then that the two soldiers standing directly behind her are almost certainly undead and not living creatures. Along with, of course, the dregs. Well, that's at least a little less surprising.
well, they don't swear off, but it's not super.
Dregs are a type of zombie creature. They are basically slightly more intelligent and very, very docile in comparison to usual zombies. They're also usually a little bigger.
Common sight on Arathian farms.
The average one stands around 7 feet or so. They're kind of partially zombies and partially flesh golems is probably the best way to think of it. They take a little more work, but they're a little smarter, so they're able to do like tasks that don't require you to be constantly like, "Hey, I need you to go do my farm work." So I'm going to have to order you how to do the farm work one command at a time. You can just go and say, "Sow the fields," and they'll figure it out. However, they are still not intelligent. At least they're not considered intelligent. But, yep. They're basically living mules in some ways, or unliving mules.
Yeah, you just tell a mule to plow a field, it'll figure it out.
Yeah. Pack animals and workers is what they are. But, yeah. She seems to sense that you guys aren't totally in for the the toll, and seems to just kind of nod. I see. Well, I hope that our glorious light and warmth will bring you in eventually. Balances for all those alive and all those who die, as is the great cycle's way. And then she just kind of makes another gesture, and the group seems to reform, and they continue down the road.
Blessed travels. Ah, she's a holy woman from my homeland.
So that's why she's so strange.
They are out pretty far, by the way. It's going to take you about 2 weeks, or about 10 days or so, to get, like, well, to what you're hoping. To Arathian soil, it's going to take about 6 to 7. Depends on kind of where the border lies, really.
You call her strange. It is difficult.
Seeing as it's
to
day
justify
3,
life out there.
there are ways from home.
You all are so caught up, so worked up over death. Oh, Johnny's killing.
Listen, I'm not gonna judge you on your fucking religion. Don't try and preach to me.
Have I?
Oh, I got the wrong...
It sounds like you were about to start.
It's fine.
Sounds like.
Sorry, they should have been in silver and blue, but that's okay.
Can't believe you make such a big hole, Mitchell. Oh my god.
Yeah, on that note,
This
I'm
campaign will
campaign.
never fucking recover, actually.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Valence is silver and blue, and her sister is actually purple and green.
Campaign's fucked. Restart it. Start from fucking 1.
We're starting over. Now that we have the strategy guide.
We're starting over, but everyone has to play someone else's character.
Dibs on Johnny.
I wasn't going to preach, Gaveo, simply I didn't. It was eye-opening. It reminded is not the right word, I suppose. But now I know why you all are so strange about death. You view it as the end.
Even if it isn't the end, it's still a person dying doesn't only affect them. It's the people they love.
Even if it isn't
All
the
that.
end, it's a end.
That's also
Someone
true.
looks at Gvey like, hey.
Yeah. I'm sorry to understand you.
Yeah.
You don't speak particularly loud and you fucking kind of mumble.
The Ka and you have a similar, well, it's not the same, but it is a fairly similar afterlife to the orcs and goblins. You die and then you go into the great battle, Valhalla style.
Oh,
No. Orcs and goblins believe in the same sort of thing.
Is that, I don't know what is that, you're saying that's what my people believe?
Yeah, that's what well, actually, the halflings and the Kainu, because they have a similar pantheon.
imagine believing in God. It's kind of fucking cringe, actually.
Yeah, it is funny because the halflings and the Kainu and Kainu fight, and yet their pantheon is basically all one.
Fuck you, our gods are better. Fuck you, our gods are better. Meanwhile, they're gods. What the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, they all, they do have their own parts of it that they prefer, but it is different. Yeah, because the halflings have the warg mother and the winkhound father, Vargist and Tempest, and then of course the Canis have the hunter, stalker, and shapeshifter, Kai, Una, and Raleigh. But and then there's Mo.
Mo Mercy killed her gods.
No gods nor kings.
You weren't strong enough. Other than that, the rest of the day is fairly quiet.
Alright, time to sneak back to that procession and assassinate fucking holy man. Woman. And then blame it on Johnny.
I never.
I'm gonna get Johnny excommunicated.
I don't know if I'm officially a member of the church.
No, you're definitely not a member
I'm
of
gonna
the
get him
church.
officially excommunicated, though.
No, but like
It's gonna be so fucking bad he becomes officially a member of the church just that way they can excommunicate him.
They invite you just so they can ditch you.
Yeah. They invite you just so they can fucking throw you out.
that's very rude.
They're
But
feeling
very-
really, really
Killing our
spiteful.
leader.
They invite you back after they excommunicate you just to excommunicate you again.
Fuck.
I don't think she'd mind dying. It's like it's really part of her whole thing.
Why'd she get so many fucking guards?
Maybe she's carrying something that someone wants to steal.
Maybe she's a little bitch.
Maybe you can eat my stuck on my dick through my jorts.
That's my bit, you son of a bitch. Sorry, God, you keep fucking stepping on my bit. I'm gonna be stepping on your neck.
You're not the only one who bites.
I was very confused by this conversation.
Fuck you, Mo, and I punt Mo. Directly into the sun. Fuck out of here.
God. It's the
Mo
right-
steps to the side and you look like Charlie Brown when Lucy pulls the ball away.
I was like Charlie Brown and Loser Goes to Fall Away, but I just shoot directly up into the sky at Mach 3.
Straight into the sun yourself.
those hollow elven bones, you know?
If you miss an attack as an elf, you just start to float. It's very unfortunate.
Anytime you miss a fucking kick attack, you automatically get knocked prone as an elf.
Every time you miss any attack as an elf, you just get levitated 15 feet. And then as soon as you hit one, you just fall.
Fucking Christ.
Elves actually just permanently exist in a zero-G environment. Once every like year or so, the Earth flies by and they briefly get to interact with its inhabitants.
You know, the sun is moving too.
Yeah, they're moving with the sun.
Why?
I don't know.
I like to
They're
think
just
that there's a.
immune to Earth's gravitational pull. The sun's gravitational pull still affects them.
I like to think that there's a disk of elves in the universe. Free floating.
What does that mean?
It's like a plane of elves along which the earth moves.
But it's like solid enough that you yourself could just like hop onto it and travel on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that too. The Time Cop's universe has changed a little bit now.
Oh
That's
no,
fine.
that's in. I love that mindset. I like that thing. It's part of it now. Hell yeah.
So, yep. Night comes. I'm not gonna have you guys roll. It is a quiet night.
Nice.
We did it!
Partially because the temperature starts to creep back down. Not quite forcing rolls, but definitely cold.
Next time you have that vision, Geve, take Mo so Mo can kill Winter.
No. Because I don't like Mo.
Oh. Oh.
No, Mo's sick. Mo's my favorite member of the party. Because I can rely on Mo not to get me into fucking trouble.
He's the easiest one to deal with for sure.
Yeah.
And Peyton can just recline his chair all the way back when he plays Mo.
When I play Mo?
I was about to say, what?
You only need to play as Mo.
I've never played as Mo, though.
Yeah, but weren't you saying that you would want to?
No, I said I wanted to play as you, because then I get to be uber racist towards fucking goblins.
You have
He's sick.
license to do that, by the way.
I know. This character hates him.
Mm-hmm.
But this character is also not a sociopath, so they have, you know, moral things standing in the way.
Johnny's not a.
Man, it feels
not
good
a-
to not
Make
be a
a
racist.
sacrifice.
Johnny's not a.
That's true. All right, boys. When the fucking moon comes out,
This
The party just
sacrifice.
as a group just steps out into the moon.
Oyako would probably faint.
It's like Emmys at the Oscars.
I
This
gotta
sacrifice
fucking-
goes out to my main man Johnny. Thank you so much for the idea. It's a great sacrifice. Regret for
my
sure.
main goal is to blow up and act like I don't know. But
So you guys
I'll
have some
fucking go
time.
to Oyeko next time fucking Green Moon's out and go, oh yeah, I have something to show you. And then just fucking jump out a window directly into the moonlight.
Build like a sort of luge track with their bedroll on it, and then just slide them out.
I'm gonna. The real way to fuck up Oyeko is by going, I'm doing this for you, and then jump outside. Like, fuck.
What an inspiration.
Anyway, we travel.
Yep. And guys travel. And early in the day, you guys are forced back off the road again as the path leads off back into the woods. And
Uh-huh.
oops.
I would
No.
imagine so.
Seems driven.
I might just pick a direction.
Why does that make me laugh so much?
No idea.
Don't know.
You figure it out. Ask your frontal cortex. It's probably broken. So, traveling through the woods.
In the woods. Fuck.
And about midway through the day, kind of right as you guys are starting to look for a place to have lunch, you guys pop out onto a dirt road. It's crossing the path, so I mean, you don't get to walk on it other than the tiny moments that it takes to cross. But off to your right, as you're crossing the road, you hear a shrill scream from somewhere down that way.
Alright, fucking.
Perhaps someone
Bye.
needs resistance.
Yeah, it's
Draw a gun, start moving.
would still have a sword. Oyako does not pull out a gun from her sheath.
Why not?
Could you imagine it's got like the katana hilt and you just pull out and it's just a gun?
That'd be fucking sick, actually.
Yeah,
I'd want that.
that'd be a great anime.
Alright, so Mitchell, I have a new thing I want my gun to look like, alright?
What are you gonna do with that sword all the way over there? What the fuck?
It's just, oh my god.
You have chosen.
There's a fucking
Or-
thing where a guy was going for a duel with a katana, right? And in the fucking base of the katana, there was a pistol, and he just shot the person instead of drawing. fucking great.
I do like the what is it? I think Jetstream Sam's
Yeah.
sword
How it has the
that shoots out, literally shoots.
That's actually fucking sick.
Yeah, it is pretty freaking cool.
Especially because it looks like they just slapped a fucking like AR receiver, an AR lower onto a fucking holster, or not holster, a sheath, and we're like, yeah, this will work.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Would anyone like a magic sword?
Thanks.
It's
Does
made
it
out
have
of
second
shadows.
Oh, that is. I think this fits Oyeko's criteria, though, right? It's being lent.
No sacrifice something. I actually don't know what.
My ability to feel camaraderie. Oh,
It is failing.
My sympathy.
My sympathy
now
gland.
perish.
Sympathy gland is withered and empty.
There it is. Sorry, I'm very rapidly tokening. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Very rapidly tokening.
Yeah.
Oh no. It's 10:30.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Lumpy, you don't have to get up. Just call
Nah.
in and say, hey, I took the thing and now I feel like Hitler.
I had my eval yesterday, so y'all can get fucked for the rest of the year. I'm on my worst behavior now.
There's nothing they can do about it.
The time has come. I can screw around now.
Nobody's watching. No parents. No rules.
So, yep. Are you guys following the scream, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roger, Roger.
Runner.
Okay. You guys follow the scream down a road to kind of a area where the road is like below, not like a big cliff, but I'm trying to think. I guess it's a hill, but it's got like a ridge. I guess it is still a cliff. It's just not that.
A very small cliff that is a hill.
Yeah.
It's not a very dramatic cliff.
Yeah. It's like, driving through Mass where they have the big, huge stone cliffs. Like,
Yeah.
drive down the highway. It's like that, but only like 10 feet tall rather than the
Gotcha.
60 or so. And some trees on the other side. And
Haha, Massachusetts, right, guys? Everyone high fives. Everyone looks at Hayden.
I know.
That's
poor
okay. I
Peyton
don't think
doesn't have
Theo drives without being blindfolded. So
I just am always driving in the night.
it. It doesn't see
do you
anything.
have dark vision.
No, but he has
I
a
rest
light.
my case. He can't see
Lights.
anything.
All right. And you guys come across this.
Dark vision, but no torch. Fuck.
Hopefully, I'll transfer.
Sorry, no dark vision and no torch.
Road scene.
Yeah.
My God.
Oh shit. Okay, we're here.
I can't
Oh,
see anything.
dang.
Oh, there we go. Fuck.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Holy shit.
No,
it's-
we gotta rescue
No.
that generic icon.
Yeah. I don't have a token for them, so.
I really like how where Theo's mouse is, it makes it look like this guy's name was Theo.
Yep. So there's a big troll, hobgoblin in the back, a couple of goblins that have apparently pushed this person's cart against the wall.
Right, no one accepted my offer for a sword, right?
Didn't sound like it.
Alright. It's like,
I've got one.
well, yeah, I'm offering a better sword.
I actually
Uh,
also have a sword already.
A better sword.
As a matter of fact,
I use a
it doesn't
gun,
even have to be
unfortunately.
a sword, I think, but
Could it
Probably
be a
not.
gun?
I don't think
It can be a gun. Damn.
Nah, it has to be a melee weapon.
But if no one else is taking it, then I'm taking my own offer.
Why, yes, I would love that. Thank you, Mo. Quote Mo.
It's mine.
I licked it.
I'm just gonna cast it with a third level slot. Fuck it.
Ah, we have time to. All right. In that case, I am casting Shield of Faith.
Well, this is. The reason I'm just pre-casting it is because I asked you guys on like the way here.
Yeah.
How
Don't
long
be a friggin'
does
cheater.
Shield of Faith last? Let's see.
I think it's a minute.
The person sitting in the thing, I'm going to give you guys a token for him, but I just need to make it. I
10
think I
minutes.
need it tonight.
So I think if I see Mo casting. Oh wait, no, you're not actually casting. You're just getting ready to cast.
No, I've cast.
If I see you casting and the blade comes out, then I'm Shield of Faithing.
Do I not have it?
Just on the safe side.
And cast that knife. No safe side.
Sorry, I had a perfect picture for this person, and I just have no freaking idea where the heck I ended up putting it. Here, there it is. Alright. I'll make it quick. But, yep. They seem to be a very small person, at the very least.
Oh my god.
They have a dog sitting in there.
Small person.
In the carriage.
I don't care about manlets.
I care about dogs.
Fuck,
Yeah.
that's right. There's a dog. Damn.
I mean, if we see this, I will call.
What's going on here?
The troll kind of turns in your direction and barks something, but
He's a dog too.
you don't catch what it is.
I will yell cease and desist in Goblin.
Yep.
Or whatever the closest approximation to cease and desist is.
Yeah, it's probably not cease and desist.
Yeah.
The literal translation is probably like
Cut it out and get out of here.
give up or get
Cut
shit
it out
out.
and scram.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. Something like that.
But scram like an egg before you fold like an omelet.
I like that one. That's a good one. Good job, Peyton.
That is not mine.
Do they
Plagiarist.
seem to react at all? By the way.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to get the token set up for you guys.
Nah, it's okay.
So,
They're fine with the scramble like an egg, fold like an omelet.
Plagiarism is no laughing matter, Peyton.
It is very funny.
You take that back.
No.
yeah, I mean, the troll just kind of looks at you guys and is obviously hostile, but I mean, it's not charging you yet.
Well, I'm striding confidently forward.
The hobgoblin kind of behind him that seems to be directing efforts from the goblins who are just kind of poking up at the cart with their spears, just kind of looks over at you guys and in common just kind of, well, says, what exactly do you want? We just have a business transaction that's not been going right.
This doesn't seem like business.
Just jabs a finger at the short person. This one promised they'd pay. The
I'm gonna
person
swear this player-
rapidly
this
shakes their head That is not what I said at all. I said that I might pay.
Can I roll insight on that?
Suddenly, I find myself on the hobgoblin side.
Can I
Yeah,
roll insight on
That's
the
actually fucking fair. Oh my god.
small
I'm
person?
gonna roll insight in general on the whole situation. Both of them.
All right.
I do
That's pretty
hate
good.
goblins, but I also hate sticklers.
Yeah.
And how much were you expecting to be paid anyway?
Believe the current price was half his stock.
So you're holding him up?
Now, if you want to call it that.
Yes, I'm gonna Slayer's Prey this goblin.
How much is half this
not
dude's
gonna do
stock
anything
roughly
yet, but-
worth based on the cart?
I mean, it's hard to tell what's like in the cart because it's all just boxed in crates or boxed in
If this
barrels.
was 3.5, I would totally have the appraise skill.
The cart looks pretty beat, but I mean, they in total, just kind of at a quick glance, there seems to be 5 barrels and a small group of kind of smaller crates.
Hey, merchant, how much is half your stock roughly worth?
Several hundred gold pieces.
Hmm. And why would you have quote-unquote might paid this?
I mean, someone comes up to your cart and asks you for money. Yeah, you kind of do it.
So they're threatening you?
Yeah, I think the goblin just kind of like pokes him nearby, grumbling something along the lines of "Shut it." And he stops talking.
We were talking to him. Keep your hands off.
Okay, so here's how I think this should go down. You lot should leave this merchant alone. Just walk away from the person you're very clearly threatening. And everyone can just go home.
The hobgoblin seems to think about it and eventually seems to come to the conclusion that he doesn't like that. He just kind of looks at you. I need to feed my hold just as much as you need to feed yours, don't I? How else am I supposed to get it if I don't barter from these merchants out here?
You're not
Exactly
bartering.
walk into Rathia and purchase things. As for I'm not bartering, or you're not bartering. You don't know the exact specifications of our deal,
Hunt
Okay.
pelts.
and you
I would
know he's
like-
not lying.
I'm striving
are-
for
What are the exact specifications of your deal? And please hurry because I think Johnny is getting very close to just attacking.
I will also walk up a little bit because I'm going to try to at least stay close by.
That's what they look like. They have a hat.
God, I rotated my character and it's not in some nightmare realm.
Oh, Pog.
I'm sorry, what were you saying? I was putting the token in.
I was asking what the exact specifications of their deal were.
He takes a step forward.
About to go to a nightmare realm, just mow. Oh fuck! I can't rotate quickly. There
We
you go.
were going to give this halfling some of our stock, and he was going to give us some of his.
Okay. And what is your stock?
Pelts and the like. I mean, you don't
Okay.
see any of said pelts, but
And halfling?
They
Is this
look
a
towards
problem
you.
for you? Trading?
I'm okay with trading, but Not the hard trading that we're currently undergoing.
Maybe someone should teach them how to do a proper skinning.
I don't think that's necessary, Johnny. I'm more than happy to mediate if you guys want to try to reach a agreement that allows you to both trade.
Yeah. The halfling looks interested. The hobgoblin, unsurprisingly, does not. He does kind of make a motion with one of his hands towards the troll, who seems to nod and just kind of readies itself.
This is going to get violent.
If you make it violent, I suppose yes.
I don't want to make it violent. I just want to have a nice trade between two mercantile folk.
Well, we can finish up our trade without blades being drawn.
I
If
agree.
you are just to move on.
I don't agree with that part. This merchant seems like they're being forced into some deals.
Sure. Can I make a perception to look around us?
Yeah, you can look around.
See if we're about to be jumped back.
You do see, or rather in this case, mostly hear, some additional clanging of kind of metal as a couple of people shift down to the bottom. Kind of below where the cart is.
All right. And I will inform Mo, A, that it is a gun, not a magic stick, and B, that there are some people a bit further south of the cart.
So, are we going to get rough, or do you need to move on?
Halfling, what's your name?
Simultaneously get 4 different answers from the party.
They look a little braver for a moment. Orin Wiseacre?
Okay, given the way that these goblins are trading with you, what would you define them as on a scale of bandit to merchant?
Just kind of looks at the group, and the goblin still kind of menaces towards him. I would go with a very aggressive merchant.
And if we asked you that when you were
Can I insight that to see if he's trying to
I'm gonna give it to you for free.
Yeah,
He's trying to get away with something.
How about this, Mr. Merchant? We asked you that question again, but you stand over here.
Yep. The goblin just kind of looks back at you. I don't listen to you. I'm told to stay here. Right here. Hobgoblin nods.
I mean, that's the look Johnny has on his face.
It does seem like the hobgoblin is running out of patience very rapidly.
What did you mean when you said the merchant seems trying to get away with something?
like he's trying to say that they're bandits without actually saying they're bandits because he's surrounded by goblins.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure if that meant that he was trying to do.
Because he is not in a good place right this very moment.
Yeah,
He doesn't want to say something and then get stabbed.
I think things are gonna get violent.
The hob just draws his sword. All right, then.
Does my raid action go off?
Yep, we can go
Good.
off. We're going to roll initiative after that.
I'm going to shoot the one who I did my evil eye at.
One of the goblins. You hit him.
Just, I'm not gonna bother using anything special on him.
Yep, he's very dead.
That's why I wasn't gonna bother using anything special on him.
Yep. Oh yeah, I can just mark him.
I'm gonna assume that I'm only gonna get that attack off.
Yeah, that's the only one.
Yeah.
Is...
Can I use fight or flight?
Yeah, you can use fight or flight.
Also, I figured I had to have auto roll my advantage initiative.
How'd you manage it?
It was in the special traits area apparently, which I never noticed before.
Invisibility and Shadow Blade at the same time.
Oh, that's a good point. Hold on. I mean,
No. Let me just roll for NPCs. What would you like to do other than try and cast invisibility?
move behind this tree. Take cover.
All right. We have that. I'll find it in a moment. And I'm so happy I figured out I could pull the combat tracker out so I don't have to keep clicking between the chat and that. Alright. So. I'm gonna have the Hobgoblin go.
Let me stop him.
He's a brave Hobgoblin, but not that brave after seeing that. So I think he is just going to... Yeah, he's just going to pass his turn for now. So, Ube.
The Hunter's Prey, that guy. The Hobgoblin.
Mhm.
Sorry, Slayer's Prey. That's one. Yeah. And I'm going to attempt to shoot him. Because he seems like the ringleader. Back.
That is definitely a hit.
Maneuvers. What type of weapon does he have?
A longsword.
All right.
He has
And
a
what
long
type of
bow attack.
action is it to pick something up?
I want to say it's part of a move action, but I'm not sure off the top of my head.
I'll just menacing attack him then. That was great. So he has to make a wisdom save.
Yeah, picking up a dropped weapon. Yeah, it's a free thing.
Alright.
That's assuming he's still alive.
Oh yeah, I get my I get damage bonus against hobgoblins as well as goblins, right?
Yeah, they're counted as goblins.
Alright, so I believe that is +4 damage on top of that.
Yeah, so no, he's down.
Alright. And then I'll shoot the goblin up top because I've got another attack.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it's
Gained
the
a level, and now your rifle is double barrel.
that is not supposed to be crit. I rolled that wrong. But that's still gonna be
That's
damage.
still, yeah.
Yeah.
Enough that the goblin
And-
does not
yeah.
survive.
Did not mean to hit crit.
No. He doesn't die
I
outright
will
like the first one, but
get back here.
he's definitely down.
Now end my turn.
All right. And the troll's gonna go. And troll, I think, is too far to do anything.
How much priority die?
So it's just going to charge up to Rowley. Freaking hell! Wrong game, Johnny.
Oh my god.
We haven't had that game for a fucking while now.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. Not fast enough to attack, so nope. Yeah, it's a dash to get into melee with you. Show. However, they are going to do something instead. As one of the guys in cover is going to activate and fire his longbow at Johnny. And did you warn Johnny about these guys?
I warned Mo. I wouldn't have been trying to be particularly quiet about it, though. So, I don't know whether I would have heard me.
Johnny was kind of interacting with the goblins, so
Well,
We'll see.
I don't think I know the guys in the bushes are there.
it's mostly just if they get
How does
advantage.
that affect my armor class, though?
That gives them advantage.
Okay.
Does an 18 hit?
Nope. I'm at 22 right now.
He's actually so fucked.
22. Yeah, because you have your magic on.
Shield of
Yep.
Faith.
The arrow just bounces off the shield.
But now I notice.
Yeah, that guy. You notice. And the other ones are going to basically do the same. They're going to fire from cover. Well, from the woods, not from cover. Miss, and it is Oyeko.
Ooh, we made it. Now there is a nice large man for me to fight. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'll fighting spirit. And I'll take a couple swings.
Yeah.
Second attack. You know, with damage rolls like these, you gotta action surge and see how much you can do in one go.
Yep.
Ah, disappointing.
Yeah.
But it is okay.
4 hits. Ooh. So yeah, you slash it a lot.
Yep, and that's it from me.
With the last stroke, you actually take its head off.
Oh,
The body does not die, however.
oh. Ugh. Not normal.
Just light on fire.
Oh, I wanted this. We're gonna just make a tiny troll.
It's my mitotic troll. Like
Tiny
that
troll.
awesome slime card in Magic the Gathering. Mitotic slime? Mitotic ooze? What was it called?
I think it's mitotic slime.
Yeah. That card's neat.
There's a special place in my heart for that card.
All right.
Small Jake loved that card. Big Jake still does.
If I stuff a bunch of extra gunpowder into my gun and I don't stuff in shot, does it do fire damage?
No.
Damn. What if I put some jellied gasoline in the end of my gun and then shoot it?
What if I put some jellied peaches in my gun? Just
Wait,
shoot
if
with jam.
Fuck, now I'm hungry.
Peyton makes bullets out of Jello, does that count them as Jello shots?
I think they are.
Don't think so.
You take
If I
that
give
back.
someone an intravenous injection of Jello, is that a Jello shot?
Ooh, that could be.
And another hobgoblin is going to appear, and he's going to instead take a shot at Oyeko.
What an asshole.
Did not do very good. Doesn't matter though. Freaking heck.
Talk about not doing good.
Eh?
They got spooked.
Yep.
They know they're next.
All right, Mo. This is like a heavy brush, so slows you down. But you can still like see over it and whatnot. Or are you attacking Theo?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted this whole time. The half troll.
The half troll? Just the troll head? Yeah. That hits.
Oh, that's the head?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's way less threatening than I thought it was. The main troll.
Yep.
I don't think either of them are a problem, given that I think they're gonna start regenning, but you're gonna need to fucking like burn them.
Mm-hmm.
Does Mo know that?
It's
I literally yelled, "Light them on fire!"
it's also pretty common knowledge.
Alright. Cool. Is it alright if I change who I'm attacking?
Sure.
Instead, we'll just we'll move here then, and we'll toss the blade at that guy.
All right. 24 is definitely enough to hit. And not enough to kill, however. Ah, okay. That's definitely enough then.
Buggers.
Did you cast it as like a third level? Yeah. And yeah, he is down.
Bonus action recall and there. And that's the end of my turn.
Alright.
Sorry, that took longer than it should.
Oh, good.
No, it isn't.
What is the troll's reach? Is it just 5? Yeah. Alright. So Johnny,
Mm-hmm.
it's your turn.
Ah. Well, I'm gonna slice at this troll
Okay.
once.
I'm just gonna hit.
Damage. Assuming it's still up, I will slice at it again.
Mhm.
Ooh. Tasty crit.
Yeah. It is still up.
I will action surge and attack twice more. Attack.
All right, hit,
Damage.
and that is going to put it down.
Then I will move.
Does its head die with it, or?
Nope, head's still fine.
4, 5, 6, and use my last attack on the head.
All right. Yeah. Of course, this is the one you miss.
You missed a head.
As
Smaller.
the head just kind of. It doesn't rock or anything. It's a smaller target. Yeah. All right.
Shut up, I'm cool.
Stuff happens
No,
on the ground.
I am, though.
don't miss the head. Get a head.
So, at this point, you guys see a couple of goblins in the back that are rummaging through the cart and trying to take things. Well, they have taken things at this point. They're going to start running. All right, and then one of the hobs, which I don't think he can get within. We can get close, yeah. What actually? How brave are these hobs feeling?
Hopefully, very.
They're gonna waver. So rather than heading in that direction, the troll can fend for itself.
Fuck the troll. I'm getting out of here.
All right. So, Guve.
Yeah, I'll bonus action Slayer's Prey this one.
All right.
And then I will shoot him. Or attempt
The one
to.
that's still in the bush there.
Yep,
Or the-
Bushman.
Okay.
Because I can't Slayer's Prey there. He's slightly out of range.
All right. Go ahead and roll.
Bushman.
That is actually a miss, so you only get a glancing hit.
Damn.
Good glancing hit, though.
Yeah.
Oh. It is merely a glance, but it still gets a very good chunk of his armor. Shield
Merely a glance. Well, we can't just leave it at that, Mitchell.
There you go. He's down. Doesn't matter damage roll.
Maybe the damage roll kills him, though.
Go ahead. You might kill him outright.
Plus
Well.
1d6 plus 4.
Yeah, no, he's dead outright.
Dead man. That's my turn.
Alright. So, another of the goblins reveals themselves, taking stuffs and bolts. He'll go this way. Alright, and then the troll. Which, as trolls are wont to do, doesn't die.
Light it
Instead,
on fire. No one lit it
it
on fire.
regenerates. And gets
Get
up.
around to it.
And it is gonna freaking smack Oyeko with a pair of claws.
What an asshole.
You're the one that knocked most of its health off, friend.
I'm aware.
Actually, it's gonna swing one of its claws, and then it's going to pick up and basically toss its head at you.
Is that a bite attack?
Well, that's a good
here we
freaking
go.
claw.
I don't know.
Oof, pretty low damage though.
Yeah, that was
Pretty
not
low
bad at all.
damage.
So it is going to throw the head basically on your square.
Mhm.
I just have this so it's there. It is. And it is in fact going to bite attack.
Let's go.
2.
No,
Close to it.
close.
Yeah, he's kind of rolling like shit.
That was a pretty
That's
average.
the right damage. Yeah, that was perfectly average damage. The first one was not.
Oh, I thought it said 2d6. Never mind.
No.
It only has 1d6 from the bite. It's only his head. Alright. But that is all from it. It does not fear you. It's a troll. So, that is going to be your turn then.
What kind of an action is it to light a torch?
I believe it's an
I think it's
action.
just,
Or is
yeah,
it
I think
bonus
it's an
action?
action to take it out. Because it's a use object action.
Yeah, so if you use object as an action, then it would be an action to take it out and light it. At
Do
least
any
I'm
of you guys have ways to light things on fire?
No.
Magically, no.
I just mean in any way.
I have a torch.
Yeah, so do I, but... Yeah, I mean, I'll light a torch.
all right.
I generate sparks whenever I shoot, but I think that's what you're looking for.
Fire is part of the word fire.
Figure anything?
I mean, it's my action, so then bonus action, I'll just second wind.
All right.
But that's it from me.
All right. It's Mo.
Yeah, that's me 2 below max.
Okay, so
Oh boy.
the attack of opportunity.
Keep in mind the head is actually in Oyeko's square. I just don't want to block both of them.
Oh, and by the way, I'll be holding out the torch to whoever wants to take it.
So you're just taking the attack of opportunity?
Yeah.
All right. He's going to take that. Oh, he's taking hit. Continues with this fairly lukewarm damage.
Okay. I guess we'll toss the.
Hobgoblin?
Yeah, it will be
Okay.
with disadvantage because
Was at that range.
yeah,
All right. Go ahead and give it a shot.
disadvantage 12.
Unfortunately, that is not enough.
And I will
Balls
bonus
just-
action to recall it.
All right. And Johnny.
So it does not look like there's much in this troll's tank.
There's infinite in this troll's tank until you light it on fire.
Well, right.
This troll will continue coming back until you make it stop
Okay,
coming back.
What I was getting at is, if I grab the torch and hit the troll with it, will it go up like an oil-soaked rag, or do we have to
No, you got to put it down.
quote unquote, and then torch it?
I mean, you need to deal fire damage, and then you need to make sure it stays down. So,
I will grab the torch from Oyeko's hands and attack the head with it.
all right. Go ahead and roll.
I'm not sure how to roll torch. I don't think I'm.
I guess just roll a. Are you proficient in strength save? Oh, you wouldn't be proficient in torches, I guess. So just roll strength as an attack. So just roll strength. So you're not going to have an attack.
5. 19.
There you go. Yep, you poke the head with the torch. Or I believe it's 1 fire damage.
I guess so. So I did fire damage.
So it is no longer regenerating. It's taking slight damage. Alright, anything else? Movement or anything?
I guess I could attack again with the torch.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Think so.
Just poking the head again.
Nah.
Yep. This time Oyeko is too much in the way, so you're not able to poke successfully. Then the other goblin is going to pull stuff and also
Christ.
chip. All right. So yeah, that first goblin keeps running. This time, since he doesn't have anything else, he's just going to bolt from the field. And that hob is still up. So he is also going to, at this point, bolt off into the woods. Alright, Guve.
Well, I see some criminals trying to escape justice.
With the spoils of their theft as well.
Yeah, I'll do the more damage thing on one of them, despite the fact that I don't think I can actually knock them down if I hit. Rifle. Gun. I'll do an extra attack thing. I'll do disarm, whatever the fuck. For the extra damage. I have to know exactly how much I do off of this.
A lot of
Jesus
damage.
Christ.
Killing him almost 4 times over. You know it's dead.
Have you ever
And
seen?
I shoot at the other one.
Hey Peyton, have you ever seen the movie In Bruges?
In Bruges?
Yeah.
That's it.
No.
You
That's
might like
it? I'm not gonna
It's actually exactly it.
bother trying to do anything special. This guy, just the normal.
And he is also down. Oh,
That's filling out.
Alright.
Bruges.
Yeah,
How do
it's
you
good.
spell that?
IN.
No, thank
BRU.
R-U-G-E-S.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe there are 2 G's.
Yeah, I think, is it 2? It's been a long while since I've watched it, so
How are you seeing?
2008 crime action movie.
yeah, it was good. I liked it. Watched for a class, actually. Alright. Well, the head doesn't regenerate this turn.
Sure, I'll watch this after the session's
go.
over.
The body is still more than willing to continue its assault. This time, it's just going to throw everything at you.
I'm interested exactly why I was recommended to watch this after I did that. I don't know what the connection is.
I'll just roll for the head, too. Let's bite.
It's a good movie.
Oh, nope, from the bite.
Oh, also, I just realized that I should have done 2 more d6, so I definitely killed him 4 times over.
Roll for the claw. Oh, it actually rolls, like, fairly decently for the claw. Yeah, because that 14 definitely doesn't hit. And that is all from it. Just continuing its assault.
I just want to know.
Hey. So yeah, Custer.
Almost killed it 5 times over.
Alright, well,
Fuck.
I think you actually would have... Yeah, you'd 1 point off.
Christ. Actually fucking atomized.
well, I guess I'll beat up its head.
Mm-hmm. The head's not regenerating anymore, so...
Yeah, that's why I'm going after it. Sure, we'll fighting spirit. Why not? That's a really good advantage roll.
It is enough to hit it, though.
Hogging. That's also good enough to hit. Also
Yep.
hogging.
The first strike does knock it into... back to being unconscious, basically. So, you can swing your actual attack at the body if you wish.
Yeah. I will do that.
And a 9 does Well, 17 hits for 9 damage, of course. But that does not put it back to unconsciousness again.
Yep. That's it for me, though. I don't have any other things I want to do.
And yeah. All right, Mo.
What's up?
There's only the troll,
Only the troll. All right.
unless you want to fight the halfling as well.
You leave the halfling to me. I see another manlet.
Race war, race war.
Yeah, the halfling does have a big dog on the other seat.
To stab the body.
The head is smoldering a little bit.
No.
9 is unfortunately not enough.
That's the end of my turn.
All right, Johnny.
So the head is dead and not regenerating, right?
Probably. I mean, it's still there.
I'm gonna go after the body with the torch.
All right, go ahead and roll. That is unfortunately not enough to connect.
What about that one?
There you go. The other one is.
Aha. Take that point of fire damage.
All right, so the round ends, and just back to Guve.
Well, fucking extra damage on troll, the body, not the head.
Yep.
And I will shoot it.
That's definitely a solid hit.
And we will make it afraid, maybe.
Oh,
Great damage roll.
it doesn't get a chance as it is knocked down, and at that point, when the turn starts, it is dead because it can't regenerate.
We did it, folks. We killed
Yeah.
him.
And I slayers prey the halfling.
Yeah, you said his goods were worth like what, like several hundred gold.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I'm
Were there
out
any
of combat
goblins
priority die.
Were there any goblins who were making death saves?
Yeah, I think actually there's 3 opponents, 2 opponents that are only down to that.
I know that one of the hobgoblins, I think it was this one.
It's basically the 2 that were attacked by Mo.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the ones down here? The ones by the bushes?
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm gonna hand the torch to Oyeko as I start going over these guys.
By the time you make it over there, he's already bled out.
Wow, what about this one?
That one's been dead. He's got a big hole in his head.
I will, after putting the torch away, head over to the merchant.
He seems pretty happy. If a little bit smug. Thank you. Those ruffians always come and try and do things. It's different ruffians, but ruffians nonetheless.
You should ship elsewhere. If this keeps happening to you.
I mean, I would, but this is where the coin goes.
It does go, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Thank you for saving me. I don't really have much that you would be interested in, I figure.
Well, you're a merchant. What are your wares?
There's only one response.
I might purchase some.
We don't need help.
All right,
It's
Really?
just people because
take a
That's what I
peek at
should
what I
do.
lost.
I would perhaps purchase some wares though. What do you sell?
Mostly scrap,
Scrap.
metal, bone, scrap. He whistles and the dog kind of hops off, and then just lumbers over to the goblins that only made it some of the way.
Well,
Collects their stolen findings and drags them back.
I
Move.
gesture.
Drags this
Move
goblin
off
all
the
the way
road.
back instead of just leaving it.
I sort of gesture at the remains of the goblins with their gear and whatnot sort of scattered. Well, you have more.
I suppose it is rather poor quality, but I suppose it's something. I'll have Rufus here collect everything.
Rufus.
I'm going to be searching through the bodies as a note.
All right.
I am not.
In this fight, I've used up a lot of money.
Johnny is also not looting.
I mean, the troll doesn't have anything worth taking. Between the remaining hobgoblins, they have a small handful of gold pieces and silver pieces, a sum total of about, just at least between the three of them, about 5 gold and a dozen silver.
I'll
Most
just
of
take
which
those.
falls on that guy near the cart. Otherwise, their weapons are poor. So, just made out of iron.
I will also, in the process, move these guys off of the road.
The
Can't
dog
really do much
dressed
about this, but I'll fucking throw the head off the road.
Yep. Yeah, it's already like the head's already starting to kind of desiccate and fall away, fall apart.
I'm not touching that then.
Orin just kind of leaps off the cart, looking at this particular goblin. Dogs are being kind to this one. Just kind of pats his hound. This one's still breathing. You want it? The goblin. He just kind of taps it with his foot.
Not breathing anymore.
Where? So which one?
The one he's
with-
standing next to.
over to?
I do in fact go up and stab it as a note. Just one right in the heart, and time to go get the horses.
He nods. Fair enough. And he climbs back on top of the wagon and then climbs into the back so he can start kind of
Johnny
checking
kind of
stuff.
disappointedly also stabs the goblin.
I just give a look. What the fuck? Jesus. Shouldn't desiccate the dead.
Desiccate?
Desecrate is what I meant to say.
You shouldn't
Don't
dry.
fuck with corpses.
You shouldn't dry out the dead.
Yeah. That too. Here, let me but how I normally put it then. Stop fucking around with the corpse, Johnny. Weirdo.
You literally just also stabbed it.
Wasn't a corpse when I stabbed it.
Corpse becomes soil, soil becomes plants.
I didn't stab a plant, I stabbed a dying goblin.
We eat the dead when we eat fruit, you know.
That's incorrect, actually.
So, yep. At that point, you guys head back to the horses and continue onward.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it here from me at
Yeah,
least.
we're gonna call it here anyway. So, good night, Lumpy.
Good night, friends.
Good night, Mr. Plumper.
Don't die.
Good.
There it is. Goblin Slayer.
What? Got to see the troll's special abilities. Well, one of them.
All right.
Well, we're done.
End recording there. Man. I sometimes forget exactly how much damage I can do.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking 35 damage against one goblin. Oh, wait, no, 34 damage. 34 damage in one shot. Get fucked. I'll be fucking seeing you around, dickhead.
Alright, I did write down the horse information there. Very important.
Can't wait to get fucking thrown off the horse and break my leg.
Did I write down work? Yeah, I did. Fairly quiet, but I mean, we're just starting up the next part, so. We'll have time to have everything ruined again.
You still have time to have everything ruined again?
Yeah.
True. Man,
Huh.
the fucking one time someone's trying to give something to the party, I'm like, nah, someone else will take it. And just silence. Fucking silence. My inventory. Fuck. God damn it.
Sorry.
Leo Yako doesn't actually like